All right. Looks like it's time for another one, guys. What is going on? This is Ryan Johnson with MoneyBass.com. All right. So another one, guys. Another one. See if we can have a little bit of fun tonight. I know you guys have seen that thumbnail and you know what the title of this episode is on this live stream. So we're going to talk a little bit about some live imaging, guys. Yeah, kind of one of those hot topics that's been kind of floating around a little bit. So just want to get some input, see what your thoughts are on this topic. But as always, before we get started, make sure you guys hop into the comment section as you come into the live stream. Drop a quick comment. Let me see who we have joining us tonight. And also just hit a 1 in the chat if you can hear me okay. We just want to make sure everything looks good, sounds good before we get started. And like I said, guys, this is going to be a good one. I just want to go ahead and pause that. There we go. Yeah, so just want to make sure everything is set up right, looks good, sounds good before we get started. And banning live imaging. It's coming up again. It's coming up again, guys. It's something that's gonna, I guess, always be floating around out there until the next thing comes out. So once the next thing comes out, then maybe this one will die down and we'll hop on to that next topic. But for now, this one keeps coming up, and I see that it is something that a lot of guys have some input that they want to add into the into the discussion. So we'll do that. Let me go ahead and just see who we have checking in real quick. All right, let's see. We have Gail at Night checking in, throwing up the symbol. She has MoneyBass. What is going on, Gail at Night? Appreciate you for checking into the live stream. All right, let's see who else we have. Let me see, Academic Mailbox. What is going on? Glad you are back into the live stream. Let me just turn this down just a little bit. Is that kind of loud, guys? Can't really tell on my end. All right, so let's see what Academic Mailbox has to say. Is I'm almost fitting into that category that thinks it would be better if there were sonar and non-sonar competitions. I don't know, guys. What do you think? We're gonna get into a poll that might kind of bring that up, and that is kind of the topic of discussion too, is polls. How accurate are these things? So let's see. He also says same way as in racing or other sports, different engine sizes and vehicle types. Hey, gotta give it to you on that one. So yeah, there's always going to be a little something out there, a few different discrepancies that kind of add or take away from different types of sports. All right, and let's see what that second comment says. That could be what Randy has connected with, the need for a new definition of category in the fishing competition. Yes, sir. All right, sounds interesting. Where anglers work more by instinct and less by smart technology. So just trying to take some of those, I like to call those things enhancement, guys. So anything other than that one person, that one pole with everybody having the exact same equipment, from there, I'd like to call those things enhancements. How about that? Let's call those things enhancements, guys. So anything that people are using to enhance the sport. So I guess that's kind of what we're getting into also. But like I said, we'll bring up a poll that I did on my channel and just kind of do a little comparison and see where we're at with those type of things. All right, let's see who else we have checking into this chat. All right, what is going on? We have Tim Williams stepping in. All right, glad to have you back. He says, what's up? All right, what's going on? And you hit me with the 1 to let me know everything looks good, sounds good. All right, guys, let's see who else we have. All right, we have some people checking into the live stream. All right, so next we have Greg H. He says, good evening from Central PA. Sounding good. All right. Appreciate that. All right, Darren Pearson. Can't wait to hear from Randy. Let me see. Can't wait to hear with Randy. Got the same. All right. Getting a few other little messages going on here. All right. Appreciate you checking into the live stream. All right. We have Al Smalls checking in from Charleston. All right. There we go. Charleston is back on the live stream. All right. And we have, let's see. Who is this? Joe Bone. Good evening from Northeast PA. Look at that, guys. We got, let me see. Who else was that from PA? Somebody else just dropped a message in there from PA. Who was that? Was that 1 or 2 comments up? So let me scroll back up real quick. Okay, Greg H. There you go. All right, so we have people coming in from a little bit of everywhere. And we have Deshaun Peck. What is going on? Welcome back to the live stream. All right, guys, just giving some people a little bit of time to come into the live stream. And like I said, as you come into the live stream, please make sure you hit the like button on the way in. It really does help out the video and the live stream, guys. I really appreciate the support of the channel. And let's see, we do have a few more people checking in. Let's see who we have. Vernon Neal, my man. I'm on time tonight. What is going on? So I guess you're not out there punching the clock tonight. You're getting in on the live stream. All right. Glad to have you in. And guys, guess who we have checking out the live stream tonight? We have Big Jim Fishing checking in. What is going on? Make sure you guys check out his YouTube channel. If you guys are into electronics, and maybe that's why he's here for this one. So his channel, he goes over a lot of reviews with Mega Live. He has Solix units. He has the new TargetLock. So he has all of that good stuff that some people seem like they may not be approving of these days. So yeah, but definitely check out his channel. Real good guy. He was a guest on one of the episodes. Great episode with a lot of great information. So what's going on, Big Jim? Glad you are in checking out the live stream tonight. And also make sure you guys go and check out Deshaun Peck. He has a YouTube channel also doing some great things online. All right. And we have Eric Diedrich back in. How's it going? What is going on? Glad you are in the live stream tonight. So guys, like I said, as always, let's have a little bit of fun. Let's chop it up in that comment section. Of course, I'll go through here, kind of add my 2 cents on, on the comments, just share some thoughts on that. Guys. Look who else we have. Let me go ahead and hit it for him. We have Joshua B. Fishing checking into the live stream. Now, if you guys don't know, he is one of the top supporters of the channel. He is actually the one who designed that logo. Check it out, guys. MoneyBass. That's right. He designed that logo for me. Really, really appreciate it. And guys, a lot of you have been asking about the merch. So that will be coming out. I'm trying to get that out by the end of this month, guys. So you guys can check that out. Have hats, hoodies, t-shirts, all that good kind of stuff that you guys have been requesting and asking about. All right. And we have Jason checking in from Western, Maryland. All right. Let's see. All right. Appreciate it. All right. And we have, let's see, Greg might know Big Jim. Let's see. Thank you for the tip on cranking up the sensitivity. There we go, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Let's chop it up in that chat. You guys, hey, you always may find some good information, make some good connections in these live streams and in the chat. So I really appreciate the chopping it up in the live stream and getting active in the live stream and supporting the channel. All right. And Big Jim says, yes, Deshaun is great. All right. There we go. We got a co-signer on that. And he's giving another shout out to Greg. All right, guys. So the topic of tonight, live imaging. You guys want to talk about live imaging? Do you want to talk about, let's see, just some advancements in technology? Should we advance that technology? Or should we just kind of stay where we're at? I don't know, guys. What do you think? So just recently, I follow a fellow YouTuber that I know a lot of you are should be very familiar with, because his channel it's been growing fast. He's getting a very good following. I'm also a subscriber to his channel, puts out some great information. That is Randy Blockett, guys. So if you guys don't know Randy Blockett, just search his name, Randy Blockett, on YouTube, and his videos will pop up, take you straight to his webpage. His YouTube page. But the topic of tonight is, I guess, a reoccurring theme that comes up on his channel. He is what I would say more of an old school fisherman, where he pretty much, from what I understand, likes to fish shallow. Electronics are not really something that is needed whenever you're fishing shallow. So kind of straying away from that, people that fish offshore are going to be more into the electronic side of things, just things that that will assist you whenever you're out fishing that offshore structure and cover and just trying to locate those fish, because you don't necessarily see the cover or structure as opposed to fishing that shallow water. So those are kind of the two sides. So you may have some offshore guys that may say, yeah, get rid of electronics, but I think those numbers are going to be kind of low. because electronics are something that really does help. The same way that if somebody is a bed fisherman, for instance, you're not going to find too many people saying, no, let's get rid of those the glasses, the shades that help you see under the polarized shades. So those guys, may be into polarized shades. So offshore guys may say, hey man, let's get rid of polarized shades. Those aren't needed in this industry. So guys are just kind of butting heads. And I think to me, it may just be a different styles of fishing and stuff like that also that kind of contributes to it. Let's see. We have a few more people that have hopped in here. Let's see who else we have. So we have Tim. He says, I'm going to FWL here in Jackson, Florida, to see what I came up with on the fishing license to get revoked for life, not just for the state. Uh-oh, guys. I think you guys might know what he is talking about here. So Tim, he's doing some investigation on those topics that we've talked about as far as cheaters in the fishing tournament industry, and how do we keep track of them, making sure that they don't just show up in one of your local tournaments and you don't necessarily know who you're fishing against. So just trying to get those type of people and keep the sport clean, keep it, fun for everybody. We don't have to worry about cheating or anybody that has kind of a sketchy past as far as tournaments go. Trying to, get them to move aside, maybe go and start something like ping pong or bowling. Maybe they can go into something different other than fishing. All right. And then Deshaun Peck's giving a shout out to Big Jim. And let's go ahead and read one more. All right. Time Team in England on YouTube. Let me see. Archaeologists have 3 days to excavate a site by digging. Let me see. What is this? Use sonar tech to survey underground. Okay. So I guess that's just showing that sonar is out there, guys. It's being used for a lot of different things. So just getting a few more opinions in here. Let's see. So Big Jim says it's a choice. You can choose not to or to have it. I choose Mega Live for the simplicity with my network. All right, there you go, guys. Some people may choose that Mega Live. We have LiveScope, Active Target, all of that live imaging. So we're kind of just lumping all of those into one conversation just for the sake of the argument. All right, let's see. Who else do we have? We have Wazoo saying, hey, Money, how has Lanier been lately? Been tough for me, man. Lanier has been tough for everybody. I mean, everybody. If they're really giving you the 411 on that Lake Lanier right now, it's kind of tough. That fall transition and the turnover that's kind of trickling in there. I mean, yeah, it's making it tough. I mean, you can still get out there and find what you need, but you're gonna have to put in some work to make things happen out there. All right. And then we have DP, Darren Pearson, saying just because you have forward facing sonar and you can see the fish doesn't mean you are going to be able to catch fish a lot of times. So a lot of times the fish swim away, and that is true. So yeah, just because you have any type of technology, a nice boat, nice truck, nice electronics, nice fishing rod, all of that stuff, if the fish doesn't bite, I mean, did it really help you out? So in the end, you're correct. The fish do have to bite. All right. And then we have Texas Snoop 2010 checking in. He says he's on time this time. What is going on? Appreciate you coming back to the live stream. All right. And we have Eric. He is seconding that motion that DP has put out there. All right, guys. So basically, let me go ahead and do this also, because last time I forgot to drop the link. So for anyone that does want to come up, you can come up. I'll pull you up. Just make sure you are cammed up and you have your lighting good, audio good. We'll just verify that, and I can pull some people up and just see if you have any thoughts on this topic. Should live imaging be banned and why? So that link is in the comment section. Let me pop it in there one more time just to make sure it goes through. So what I'll do, guys, is I'm just gonna go ahead and pull up a video clip, just kind of give you guys an idea of what we're talking about tonight, just in case some of you guys aren't aware of the poll that Randy Blockett did put out on his site. Then let's pull up my poll. I have not looked at it yet, so I do not know what the results are on mine yet. So I'll pull that up and we'll read that off too, and just kind of get a comparison, just see, because on this site, as you know, we do a lot of electronics discussions, settings, just tournament fishing and everything like that as far as electronics go. So I would kind of say maybe I'm an electronics channel in a way, but you know, it just really depends on what your viewpoint is. So whether you have Garmin LiveScope, Humminbird, Active Target, everybody is welcome here. We're not here to say who's better and all that kind of stuff. As far as each individual person may be able to find out what is best for them, depending on their setup, their budget, and all that kind of stuff. But the main goal for this channel is to make sure that everyone out there has a great day on the water. You're learning the most that you can, whether you're fishing old school style, shallow fishing, or you're into electronics and want to fish offshore. We're all in here, just kind of a mixture of guys. So let me just go ahead and share the screen real quick, and I'll pull up this video clip. We'll play that. And of course, if you guys have any comments, make sure you keep putting those comments in there. I'll pull those up and just kind of give my opinion on it. And like I said, actually, there's two clips that I want to play. There's another angler, the Informative Fisherman. I think that's the name of his channel. Really great. Actually, both of these are some really great channels, guys. So I'll just give that information. I'll put links down in the description once the live stream is over. So if you guys want to click on those and just watch the full videos. For this, I'm just going to play a little bit of each clip, and then let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. All right, so let me just share my screen, guys. Just bear with me while I get everything just kind of set up. So this is the video clip, and let me see, what is the name of this? Hold on one second. Just bear with me. Okay, there it goes. So the title of his video is "The Ban Not Ban LiveScope Poll Numbers Are In. The Results Will Shock You." So these results are going to be shocking. So of course, everybody knows Randy Blockett's site is an anti-electronic site. So let's see if we will be shocked by the results that he has. All right, let's take a listen, guys.
And I think it's eye-opening. And I'm going to pass this information along to the tournament organizations and the tournament directors, and hopefully they're going to check this out and make some changes in the tournament rules there, because, you know, like I said, I've never seen such an overwhelming poll in my life, and like I said, it doesn't surprise me. Nobody that I talk to, except, like I said, 10 or 15% of the people want the stuff. They do not want it. They don't think it's a good thing. So I thought that was you know, really interesting. Again, thanks for everybody that participated in the poll. They're much appreciated. Like I said, it might be worth your guys' time to just go back through some of those comments and look at what people are saying about it. A lot of people are adamant. It's like, hell no, I don't want a live scope. They were just, you could tell they were adamant about the fact they didn't want it in there. So that's the result of the poll, guys. A little over 86% of the people out there
86%.
Tournaments. They want it banned from tournaments. 14% want to keep it. Check the comments out yourself. You guys can see it right there. I didn't take any comments down. Everybody that made comments up there, you can check them all
okay.
out.
All right. Maybe we'll take a look at a few of those comments too. All right. Let me scroll back just a little bit, guys. 1 second. Let's take another look.
Missouri. Right now, they've got a 20% off sale this month.
Hold on 1 second.
I put it up yesterday afternoon.
All right, so he put a poll up on his channel, guys.
You know, I asked people to drop a comment if they're for or against it. Out of the 700 comments that I sifted through, which took forever, guys,
it's a good number.
86.12% were for banning LiveScope in tournaments.
Whoa, 86.
Okay. Wanted to keep LiveScope legal. 86% of the comments that we got wanted to ban LiveScope from tournaments, guys.
Oh, so it was the comments. So let me just pause it real quick. All right, guys. So the poll that he has done, it appears what he's saying is he goes through his comments and I guess kind of takes a tally of all of the 700 comments that he had received at the time where he did this video. So it wasn't necessarily the poll, because you can do polls on YouTube itself, that you can put those out. And like I was saying, I have one out that I'll pull up in just a few minutes just to see, hey, what does this poll here reflect? But what he has done, he's going through and I guess he's kind of skimming through his comment section and just taking the numbers from there. And that's how he's coming up with his percentages. Let's keep listening and see what else he has to say.
And a lot of you guys out there are going to say, oh, Randy, that's a skewed poll. Your viewers are biased. Guys, I've got almost 100,000 subscribers on this channel.
That's right. His channel is doing great.
All demographics. I got 20 different countries around the world that watch this channel. Everyone from 17 to 80 years old. It's a pretty diverse group a sampling group as far as the poll goes,
Okay.
and overwhelmingly 86% of the people out there want LiveScope banned from tournaments.
Whoa.
This
All right, guys. So let's think about that. 86%. That is very high. Let's see. If so, how many people do we have in here? Let's do this. Let's the guys that are in the comment section. Let's go ahead and drop in here. If anybody is in here that wants to ban live imaging, put ban in the comments. Let's just see what happens. Let's see how that looks, guys. And then if anybody wants to keep it, just put keep. So either ban or keep. Let's see who wants to keep live imaging, who wants to ban live imaging. Let's see what kind of numbers we're looking at in here, guys. Let's see what we have. Come on, guys, get active in the comments. Let's see what we're having. Uh-oh, okay, we have a ban, we have a keep. All right, this might be pretty interesting, guys. All right, let's see. Okay. Now I see you guys are getting active in here. All right, so we have a band. Okay, we have a few bands in here. Okay. So hey, that makes it interesting because as soon as we have, some differing opinions, then that to me opens up the chances of a great conversation, just to share some different ideas and see why someone wants to ban it. Why does someone want to keep it? Why some of you may not even care at all. so let's see. Let me just take a look. So we have a ban, a keep, a ban, keep, ban. All right. Either one for me. All right. So there we go. He's saying he'll go out there and just whoop your butt either way, whether you have live imaging or not, does not matter. All right. And he says, I just want to fish. There you go. He just wants to fish. All right. Let's see. Ban. All right, because I'm jealous I don't have one. All right, man. All right, so guys, so in this live stream, it looks like the majority of the guys are putting that they want to keep it. So I mean, someone, if you can look through there, because I don't have time to go through and count each one, but what it looks like is that the keep is going to win so far. So maybe the poll that I pull up a little later will show the same. But in regards to what he is saying, as far as 86% of all fishermen, because this is pretty much what he is saying. He's saying he has people all over the country. So if we look in the comment section, maybe there should be a few different languages in there, not just English. Maybe a few different, just some things to let us know. Is it really from all these different countries? I haven't looked in the comments, so I don't really know. But as far as it being biased, unbiased, guys, I do not see how, for example, if you're a fan of his channel, the majority of his subscribers in the comments that he has on just about any videos are anti-electronics, I don't want to say progress, but you guys know, as far as new technology, things like that, they're not really into that. They're more into the old school, shallow water. Let's flip this. Let's throw a jig. Let's throw a spinner bait. That type of fishing shallow water cover. Whereas, sonar is not really going to help you out with that. Side scan, maybe a little bit. Down imaging, no, that's not really going to help you with that. So electronics are not really needed for that style of fishing. So this is my question. Let's say we have a channel that is, let's see, it's a channel where there's a doctor and he performs ankle surgeries, right? And he puts out a poll and he says, which is more important, ankle surgeries or wrist surgeries? And he's like, hey, I don't want to discriminate between ankles and wrist, although I'm an ankle surgeon. But what do you guys feel are important? I would say the majority of people that are watching his type of content are going to be there for ankle type issues. So since that is his comment, that is going to be more toward what will be there. I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm kind of thinking, that if your content on your YouTube channel is geared toward a certain type of demographic, that is what you are going to find. I mean, I'm just saying, guys, that's what I'm thinking. But let's go ahead and keep listening and see what else he has to say. Because like I said, we have some guys in here that say ban. So what I would really like to see is just to really get an understanding, to hear something that will just kind of click, to say, you know what, that does sound logical. That sounds logical. All right, so let's go ahead and take a listen.
It doesn't surprise me because I've seen the comments ever since we started talking about it. And this is one of those things where the tournament organizations, the public, whatever like that, they've got their head in the sand when it comes to thinking that people want this, because they don't. There's a minority of people, like I said, 14% of the people out there are all for it. They're all in for it. They want to keep it. Now, a couple different things that came up on this poll I found very interesting. There was quite a few people that commented that were completely neutral in the fact, and they basically they didn't say if they were against it or for it, but they said two different things. They said that they would be for LiveScope to be legal if it was just in practice and not.
All right, so practice.
They didn't think the LiveScope should be legal in the tournament, but they said it could be okay in practice.
Okay, then, practice.
Some people out there were saying that there needs to be like a no LiveScope tournaments, you know, just.
Oh, wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute. Did you guys hear that? A no LiveScope tournament. So creating a separate tournament trail. Did someone mention that a little earlier? Maybe a solution. I mean, and if you think about it, if somebody is leading that charge and you have 86% interest, 86%, that is a very high number. So if you can lead that charge and start that trail with 86% interest of all of these anglers, then the participation rate should be great, should be very good, shouldn't be a hard thing to get started. So, I mean, what do you guys think about that as a solution? I mean, because he did kind of offer that up, and that's what I would think. One of the examples that I was speaking to someone earlier is they have kayak tournaments also. Shout out to Jonathan B. Fishing. All right. That is the one that I told you did he did my logo for me. So they have kayak fishermen, but I have not seen Jonathan in here saying he is anti-motor on or anti-bass boat. You know what I mean? They wanted to fish kayak, so they started their own kayak trail, and it is actually a very big sport. So if you think about it, if 86%, guys, that is a lot of people. If 86% of the people are interested in having no electronic tournaments, why isn't that already a thing? Why isn't that already there? If the people want that, then they can start that on their own and get the sponsors and everything rolling. 86% shouldn't be an issue at all. All right, so let me just go ahead and let's just take a little listen, just a little bit more, guys, and then I'll check back into the comments.
Sort of differentiate between the two. But overwhelming, guys, you can look to them. Go back to the video that I did yesterday on the poll. You can pull it up on my videos there, and you guys can look through and read the comments yourself. Okay. You can see the statistics. You can see what people were saying about it, and I think it's eye-opening. And I'm going to pass this information along to the tournament organizations and the tournament directors, and hopefully they're going to check this out and make some changes.
Guys, he is about to make some changes. He's going to submit this information from his poll to the industry that is not necessarily, I don't think any of it has been against technology. Everything that I have seen from these tournament trails and from tournament organizations, they're there to make a profit. So I have not seen anything that will kind of push them in a way that is going to take away from the direction that they have been heading for all of these years. So, I mean, what do you guys think about that? Do you think that is going to make a difference by submitting that information?
And the tournament rules there, because, you know, like I said, I've never seen such an overwhelming poll in my life. And like I said, it doesn't surprise me.
All right. Let's go ahead and stop it right there. Let's stop it right there. Okay. All right, guys. So there you go. So that's kind of what we're talking about tonight. Let me see. Let me get this over here. All right. So let me just pull up a few more of the comments and see what you guys have to say. And remember, the link is in the chat. Let me go ahead and drop that one more time. And then we will go through here. Let me just get caught up on everything. I see you guys have been very active down here in the chat. All right, so let me just get caught up real quick, guys. Let's see. All right, I see some interesting comments in here, guys. I'm going to get to it. All right, so let's see. Here we go. All right, so let's start off right here. Let's see. Joshua B. Fishing. What do you have to say? All right, so this is the kayak man, guys. He said instead of banning live sonar. Let's just ban boats. Ah, there you go. There you go, Josh. Wait a minute. I was just saying you haven't been in my comments talking about banning boats. And here you go talking about let's just ban boats and make everyone use kayaks. Oh, goodness. Okay. I knew that was coming. Let's see. All right, let's see. Let's see what else we have in there. That was a good one, Joshua. That was a good one. All right. So Tim says, if I have to come up with a petition with y'all to sign to get cheaters. Okay. So check this out. Tim is on a mission. He is on a mission, guys. He is going to get the cheaters out of our sport. So Tim says, if I have to come up with a petition, will y'all sign it to get cheaters fishing license to be revoked worldwide? Woo! To get their license revoked worldwide and just not the state you got caught in. He wants to find them, track them down, and make sure they do not show up. Hey, I'm for it. I'm for it. What do you guys think? Does anybody in here? Is anybody okay with fishing with someone that's been banned in another state or in another tournament trail or anything like that? Still showing up and fishing your tournaments? Just go ahead and drop that in there. So Tim, keep an eye in the comment section. You know, you can start building your army, seeing who we can get on there to support that cause that you're working on. All right. And we have Brian Baker. He says, just fish like they have for years with just regular fish finders with no live sonar. Let me see. It is cheating. You can see the fish without it. So everyone has the same chance. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. That's interesting. That is interesting. So I like that. Let me just scroll down and see if Brian said anything else in here real quick. Because I'm trying to get caught up, guys. Just give me a second. And I do have some moderators in the live stream. Let's see. Do I have some moderators in here? Let me just check real quick. Because I do have some things that pop up every once in a while. And it'll save me some time if I can have the moderators take care of it for me. But let me go ahead and do that myself. Get that one taken care of. All right. So let's talk about this real quick. So Brian Baker says, just fish like they have for years with just regular fish finders with no live sonar. Let me see. So live sonar, it is cheating. You can see the fish without it. So everyone has the same chance. Okay. So let me write that one down. So what he's saying is that he wants to level out the playing field and make everyone equal. So everyone has the same chance. Let me just jot that down. So that way we can kind of get an idea of what people are thinking. You know what I mean? Just to truly understand. So everyone has, what was it again? The same chance. All right. So I'm just going to keep going through these comments real quick, and then we'll come back to that. All right. So Jack says, here at my local lake, there has been, I think, 98 bass documented with our share lunker program pulled out of, let me see, what is that? This year, I would be willing to bet 85 to 90% were caught with LiveScope. Let me see. What is that? I'm not really following that comment, but I can basically, what it looks like the gist of it is that people have been using LiveScope and has increased the amount of fish that have been caught. Okay. All right. Yeah. So that's what it sounds like. I mean, I would kind of agree with that. I mean, if more people are out there fishing for one, and with the more technology comes, I think that's going to be pulling the younger crowd into fishing in general. And if you think about it, guys, that is something that the sport itself needs in order to keep growing, is to what will it take to get that younger generation out on the lake, off the couch, and staying out of trouble. That is something that we want. So some interesting comments, guys. Let's see. Vernon Neal says, I'm with Joshua B. Fishing. Ah, man, what do you mean you're with Joshua? Vernon, are you a kayak man? Are you a kayak man? Let's see. He says, I tend to not pay much attention to live sonar when fishing a tournament, and more attention when fishing on non-tournament days. I love having live sonar though. Okay, so doesn't sound like you're against banning. I mean, that you want to ban it. So I mean, I kind of take that as a maybe a neutral. How about that? All right, and then let's see who else we have. We have Edward says, I will say I'm mixed on the forward-facing sonar. I do not know. Let me see. I do know that a lot of our tournaments in my local states let me see, no use of forward facing sonar. I could care less either way, with or without it, just my opinion. All right, there we go. All right, we have another person doesn't have a opinion either way. Uh-oh, guys, what do we have here? Check it out, check it out. We have a special person. Check it into the live stream. We have AV to the 7th power. All right, this is a true supporter of the channel. I really appreciate you taking the time to make a donation to support the cause. I will be at a tournament on Lake Gunnersville this weekend, so let's just say that will help support the that donation will help support this tournament. I put that towards some tournament entry fees. How about that? So I really appreciate that, and I will be bringing that footage back to you guys, because as I mentioned in my last live stream, this tournament this weekend is for another one of those. There we go. Those right here. That Angler of the Year, guys. I'm currently leading by a little over 8 pounds, but this is Lake Gunnersville. And if you guys know about Lake Gunnersville, you can catch an 8-pounder on that lake. Just one fish can knock that lead completely out of the box. So we'll see with that one. But AV to the 7th power. Make sure you guys check out her channel. She does a lot of reviews as far as legal cases. She also does a little bit of fashion and things like that. I mean, I think some of you guys might be interested. I just go ahead and check out that site. AV to the 7th power. Really, really appreciate the support of the channel. All right, so Academic Mailbox says radar, sonar, magnetic surveying started in World War I. Okay, so he's dropping some knowledge in here. Finding mines and battlefields, archaeologists with limited time and digging resources were earliest non-military adopters. Anglers are late adopters. All right, there we go. So we're late to it, just now using it to catch some fish. All right, let's see who else we have. So now we're down to the band. So I'll just kind of go through these real quick, just so you guys, well, I guess you guys can see it. But so we have a band, we have a keep. Deshaun Peck says keep. Then we have Academic Mailbox says ban. Okay, there we go. We have Eric says keep. Big Jim, of course. Big Jim says keep. I mean, Big Jim wants to keep that. All right. And then we have Al Smalls. He says keep. We got another ban, a keep. Edward says keep. Wait a minute. Look at Joshua. Joshua says keep. All right. Because, yes, make sure you guys check out Joshua B. Fishing's channel, because he does kayak fishing. So if any of you guys are interested in that, he also does a lot of fishing with Mega Live. And, guys, he has a video where he is punching lily pads or mats. He is using his live imaging on his kayak. And you can see from one angle where you can see where he's flipping the bait, but on the screen itself, on his live imaging screen, you can see that bait punching through the grass, coming up and down, and you can see the fish swimming over to the bait. I mean, that was some good footage, guys. So yeah, make sure you check out Joshua B. Fishing's channel. All right, so we also have Edward says keep. Let's see. Okay, and Edward, he said either one for me. He just wants to go fishing. All right, and let's see what Jason says. Let me see. I, for myself, have one. Why I have to compete with those that do, especially on smallmouth waters. Okay, so he has his just so he can compete. But what did Jason say? I think he could have said, let me just scroll back up real quick. Did I see Jason up there already? All right, yeah. So Jason said ban. Jason said he has it just so he compete, but he says ban. All right, so we have J.O. ban because I'm jealous I don't have one. Come on, man. Come on. You can't be banning just because a little bit of jealousy. All right, Tim says, I just won't. Let me see. He just wants to fish. All right, so either way. Then we have Lee says ban. Jason says, I'm going into a gunfight with a slingshot without it. There we go. So I know some guys look at it that way. All right. Then we have another keep with Joe. We have Randy, but not the Randy Blockett, but we have Randy. What is that? Branson says ban. And DP says, I think we ought to keep forward facing sonar. All right. So he's forward. If the price goes up, ban them. Oh, look at that. So if he hears a little bit of ching ching on that, he's saying get rid of those things. He doesn't want to invest that extra money. All right, so let's see who else we have. DWM Jr. says LiveScope will hurt the fishing population over time, not just for money in tournaments. All right, DWM Jr. I'll go ahead and make a comment on that one. So I disagree. And let me tell you why I disagree. And I should have had this footage ready for you guys, but I have footage where I've been telling people that just because we have live imaging and guys are hearing and seeing what this technology is doing, I was doing something similar with just sonar. Sonar has an RTS window on it that allows you to see the movement of the fish. You can see your bait, you can track your bait, you can see the fish actually following the bait, you can see the fish eat the bait, guys. And that's just with sonar. So right now, what I have found and the technique that I would use with that is drop shot. I like to drop straight down. So if any of you guys are familiar with my videos, you will see that especially whenever I fish deep, clear lakes, I'm using sonar and I'm using my drop shot, and I catch a lot of fish that way. But now it appears that the fish have started getting used to that technology. What do you think about that? They've gotten used to that technology. So now whenever I pull directly on top of those fish, I don't know if it's the pinging sound from the transducer, but something is alerting those fish. They'll come and look at the bait, but they will not bite it. So I think what that tells me, and I'm no expert, I'm no expert as far as fish behavior and all of that, but I can tell you what I have seen for the years that I've been out there, that those fish seem like they start adapting to whatever technology that you have. So similar to whenever you hear someone say, well, yeah, they've seen that bait a lot, they started seeing that, so it's not really working anymore. Whether it's a rattle trap, an A rig. I mean, what happened to the A rig, guys? That was something that people were kind of adamant about. Like, hey, if you have an A rig tied on, you're gonna go out there and catch 5 fish with every cast because you have 5 baits on there. But we found that was not the case. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. I think the fish are going to adapt to whatever we start using, and things are just going to start changing up. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. What do you guys think? What do you think? All right. So Jason says, I love it if no one had it and we fished pure. All right, Jason. So tell me what fishing pure means to you. Because if you think about it, the thing that I hear whenever someone says fish pure, they're saying, let's just go back to the beginning. Let's just go back to where all it was is just that angler against that fish. So you take 2 anglers, right? And let's say they're fishing pure. You give this fisherman a rod and this fisherman a rod. This fisherman's throwing crankbaits. This fisherman's throwing crankbaits. But this fisherman over here doesn't know that this one's throwing balsa baits. They got a different type of wood or different type of rattles or something in theirs. So is that equal if they're both fishing crankbaits? But this guy may have a $30 mega bass. He may have a $30 mega bass crankbait or jerk bait on his rod, where this guy may be fishing with something that he picked up from Walmart, thinking that a jerk bait is a jerk bait. Is that technology? Would you consider that technology? I do, because what are you paying that extra $25 to $27 for whenever you're buying that mega bass jerk bait? So that is technology. So those 2 fishermen are not equal. They can't be equal if they do not have equal equipment. So what if one tournament angler has a 150 horsepower boat? This other one's pushing a 250. This one is pushing that 250. He can run up to an hour away and get back on time, because way up an hour away on whatever chain of water that they're fishing, fish may be biting better up there. 150, he tries to go up there, he's going to be late for that weigh-in. So it's like pros and cons. So whenever someone says pure, what does that really mean? Because at no point that I know of, and if you know of it, at what point were all fishermen equal to where they were fishing the same boat, same rod, same reels, same lures? All of that stuff was equal. If this guy has fluorocarbon, this guy has fluorocarbon. This guy over here may not have access. He may can't afford to have Brave fluorocarbon monofilament. So there's just going to be discrepancies and just things that make it uneven no matter what stage of the game you're in. How would you address that? So that's what I would like to see in the comment, Jason. Just let me know whenever you say fishing pure, what does that really mean? Because I don't see anywhere where it has ever been where someone is fishing pure. People have always had different advantages. And actually the closest that I saw come to that was, and I believe it was Major League Fishing. Was it Major League Fishing? Whenever they first came out, each person had the same size boat. They had the same motor and everything. But even with that, they still got to choose their own equipment. So this fishing rod, a graphite rod, is that equivalent to somebody else that doesn't have a, that type of rod for that type of, so it, to me, there's always going to be some give and take in things. So at what point do you get to where it is pure fishing? All right. And then Big Jim says, if banned, where is the line drawn? 360 side imaging. All right. Interesting comment. All right. And then Randy says, let's go back to flashers. Oh, wait a minute. Randy, is this really Randy? Who is this? Who is this imposter in here? We have Randy talking about let's go back to flashers. Oh, man. Who in here wants to go back to fishing flashers? Hey, I mean, hey, might be an interesting trail. How many people you think would join that trail? Okay, Jason says, but let's say in the spring you don't have it. So based on the times of the year, you get to use some equipment and some you don't get to use. All right, let me just see how many more comments I have in here, guys, so I can get caught up real quick. Man, you guys are active in here. So yeah, so we're having a good time. We're having a good time tonight. And hopefully, let's see. I had somebody that was supposed to hop on the live stream tonight. We'll see. Let me go ahead and drop this link in here again, just in case. And just bear with me, guys. Let me just send out another quick message. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Just bear with me real quick. Just checking on something. All right, so let's see. And I do, all right, let me just scroll back up and get caught back up into the right spot, guys. All right, so that was Jason again. He says, and I do on my waters, you're probably going to get thumped. All right, so I mean, that sounds like basically he's sticking with the program, saying that he has to have it because he will get beat without it. All right, so we have Eric says, yeah, he said he had 100,000 on his channel. Woo! Yes, guys, that is. I mean, he has some. To me, his work ethic is great. I mean, he's dropping video after video. I have a hard time keeping up with him, but I like his comment. I like to hear the pros and cons and just different opinions on things. So I like Randy's channel. But yes, he does. He's approaching 100,000, and that 700 is kind of a low number based on that large amount of of people on that channel, because he does have a very active channel, guys. All right. And we have Thomas says, I'd like to see it go all the way back. Let me see. I would like to see it all go back to the way we fished when it all started. Oh, when it all started. A flasher / depth finder, and see how good these newbies are. At the most, a GPS location on your hotspots. All right, there we go. So, Thomas, do you really think that is? I mean, so that would kind of go back. Let's just say if now you were to say, hey, I want to go back to real driving, back when everybody drove sticks, and see how good these new drivers are, when most people drive automatics now. Of course, you know what I mean, because that is not how they fish. So it's like, to me, that's saying, I want you to fish how I fish so I can beat you. I don't want to keep up with the technologies and the things. I mean, because if someone has if we just relate it to the boat thing again, if somebody's running a 21 footer and someone else is running a 17, and you're in an area where those waves are going to beat you up, that 17 footer, they may not make it, at least make it in one piece. Their electronics may get knocked off the boat, equipment broken, motor may get flooded, things like that. So it's just kind of hard to say that whenever you're wanting someone to fish how you fish and not the way that they fish. Let me take these things away from you, and now let me beat you. Why not just, if you have those skills, if you can catch an 18-pound bag without it, catch that 18-pound bag. But if there are people that are catching a 3-pound bag, a 5-pound bag, and now they're saying, hey, this isn't fair because they beat me, and they have a 17-pound bag and they're using live imaging, take that person out of the mix, because there are still people without that live imaging that are still catching those larger size bags. It may just be more people in the mix now, possibly, but I would just kind of throw that out there. So it's kind of like, to me, wanting someone to fish how you fish so that you can beat them. That's what I would say, because that's not the style of or technique that they fish. So if someone's an offshore fisherman and they're using that technology, now you're basically saying, now you come out here and fish shallow. So kind of the same thing in my opinion, because with shallow water fishermen, like I was saying earlier, if someone likes to bed fish and they have on those some really good polarized glasses, they can just look down there and see those fish where to pitch it to. But now let's say someone does not have those glasses, they don't know how to, they don't have that skill set, because it is a skill set. I would say bed fishing is a skill set, the same way that offshore fishing is. And you have to be able to utilize the tools at your exposure that you're exposed to be able to catch those fish. So that's kind of what I think. Let me just keep going through the comments, see what you guys think, because it's always an interesting conversation. And let me drop that link in there again, guys. I think I do have somebody that was saying they're going to come up. All right, let's see. This channel has 4.91 subscribers. There's 27 of us on here. There you go. Hey, this is a live stream, and that is kind of the way that YouTube works. So yeah, so I have I'm pushing 5,000 guys. So hey, if anybody is watching this video, please hit the subscribe button. Let's go ahead and push it up to 5,000. I really appreciate everyone taking the time to come and support the channel, watch the live stream, and definitely everyone that is commenting in the comment section. But yeah, so I'm almost at 5,000, and we have about 20, we have a little over 30 people in here. So yeah, so those are the numbers that we're working with. I haven't looked at that poll yet that I was telling you. So maybe the poll will have about the same. So we'll see. All right, so let's see. So DP says, if you're going to ban forward facing sonar, you might as well ban the 360 down scan and side scan. You might as well go ahead and ban regular sonar. It's all the same. It helps you locate fish. Yeah, so that's pretty much my thoughts on that too. That if you're against using anything that will enhance, and remember, guys, I was saying I call these enhancements. So anything that is going to enhance takes away from that pure fishing that people are saying that they want to get back to. So that's kind of what I would say. I would kind of agree with that. So he says, no way the same. All right, so I'm not really sure what that is referring to. But yeah, I mean, if somebody wants to come up, I mean, like I said, I'd be interested to have somebody come up. I dropped a link in there if somebody wants to come up and just express, their opinion on, especially if someone is adamant about banning it, just to hear that other side of it. Because most of the time, guys, we're just reading comments, and sometimes comments can be taken out of context. You may not really get the feel of what someone is trying to say. So, I mean, and the other thing, guys, we're here to have fun. We're here to learn. It's all respectful. It's nothing that, people have to get upset or angry about. I understand that people are passionate about our sport. I mean, we saw that whenever we saw that video with those walleye cheaters in there. I mean, who thought that those guys we're not going to make it out of there without someone touching them? So yes, we do get passionate about it, but hey, we can come up and have a discussion about it. Because like I said, I'd be interested. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are interested in the other opinions. Let's see who else we have in here. All right. So Jason said, no way the same. So like I said, I'm not really sure what comment that may be referring to. There's a local club here in my area that puts on a no live sonar electronics at all tournaments. Whoa, there you go, guys. I mean, so it appears that there is a market for it. So why isn't it bigger? If he's saying there's 86% of anglers, not just for his channel, from his opinion, he's saying that 86% of anglers in general are against live sonar in tournaments. So I think that would jump off quick if he was to set that up and get that rolling. That's awesome, because everyone knows what they are getting into. There you go. So yeah, if you take it back to that pure fishing, then you don't have to worry about this person that may have a 250 when you have a 150, or you know what I mean. They may have 20 rods and you have 5 rods, because you're kind of working your way up. All right, and let's see. Big Jim says, my brother-in-law fished a kayak tournament with LiveScope on his rig. Hey, I mean, I see you're laughing a little bit, but those guys out there with the kayaks, they killing it. I mean, that industry is pretty big. It's pretty big. All right, so Jack says, a guy in our fishing club won a tournament a few months ago, walking the bank fishing. Now, how did that happen? Come on, man. How did that happen? So I was thinking that the stipulations in these tournaments, you at least have to be on a boat. You can't just go and walk the bank. But hey, that's definitely possible. All right, Big Jim says to be equal, we need all the same gear, tackle, boat, and motor. I agree with that. So who does not agree with that? How can we have pure fishing if people do not have all of the same equipment and everything? Basically, that fisherman shows up and they all have the same everything. And at that point, the best man wins, not whoever has the most money wins or whoever has the better rod or the better reel. I have an 8 gear ratio reel. You have a 5 because you only have a spin cast. You know what I mean? So how do we actually make it pure fishing without getting rid of all of those enhancements that I was talking about, guys? All right, so let's see. Jack says, let me pull this one up. Jack says, all right, late. Okay. Ivy in Texas. All right. All right. And Jack says, Share Lunker, I'm a Texas bass is over 8 pounds. Oh, okay. Okay. So there we go. All right. I hadn't heard that term before. So that's a bass that's over 8 pounds. Gotcha. But yeah, I mean, Deshaun Peck, he's over there in Texas too, the land of the big fish. So you guys know what you're talking about over there. All right. And then Eric says, personally, the playing field is equal. The technology is out there for everyone to get. I mean, yeah, I mean, nobody's really saying you can't have this. So the thing is, and I would say I kind of agree with this too, because it's really how bad do you want it? What are you really willing to sacrifice? Because believe me, there's some guys that just because they have the boat, they have that truck, they have that equipment, they may have made some sacrifices that you are not willing to make. They may have put in time that you are not willing to take, even if you have those electronics to learn them. Because just because you have side imaging and someone else doesn't mean you're going to go out there and kill it now, because now you can go out there and locate rocks, locate structure, locate ledges, all of those things. If you have not gone out there and put in the time to understand what you are looking at and how to read it, then it's not going to really help you. So I think in a sense, a lot of people are reading more into it than what it really is, especially if you do not even have the technology, guys. There are guys out there that do not have the technology. They're basing this 100% on what someone else is telling them or what they may be seeing online. And of course, when you're watching these YouTube videos and you see fish jacking fish back to back, that's not 8 hours of them jacking those fish back to back. They could be out there for 10 hours and catching 7 fish, but their video shows those 7 fish getting caught. And you're like, oh man, look at what the LiveScope is doing to them, doing for them. You know what I mean? LiveScope, live imaging. So, I mean, just keep that in mind too, guys. All right. And then Justin said, keep. All right. So he's saying to keep it and don't ban it. All right. Let's see what Academic Mailbox has again to say. I see he's talking about the let me see. Archaeology uses tech, same as Randy Blockett's idea, technology for practice and pre-planning. Archaeologists then go to tools and trials to confirm what technology is telling them. Okay, all right. So you're basically your viewpoint is use it during practice, but not during the tournament itself. All right. All right. I hear you on that one. I hear you on that one. Deshaun Peck says, I wonder how Randy Blockett will feel if he had to remove the RTS sonar from his 2D sonar. It's close to live. So let me just make sure I read the whole statement. So Deshaun Peck says, I wonder how Randy Blockett would feel if he had to remove the RTS, the real-time sonar, from his 2D sonar. It's close to live if you use it correctly. That is correct. So what, in my opinion, what I would think, I don't think it would bother him at all, because from my understanding, the way that he has grown up and what he is good at is fishing without electronics. I don't think he needs electronics at all. So there's some people that can go out there and look and see, okay, I see the mayfly hat, so I need to find a branch that's hanging over the water. So when those mayflies fall into the water, that's going to bring the brim over there. Those bigger fish are going to come and catch the brim. So they will run a pattern fishing shaded areas with a mayfly hatch falling into the water, and that's what they're running. So there are some guys that are like that. There are some guys that when they're on the way to the lake and they're looking, they'll be like, yeah, the cows are sitting down on the ground today. So that means the fish are going to be more lethargic and they may be out deep or they may be shallow. So things like that. Those are things that I grew up hearing too. And just because you have these electronics does not mean you do not have that skill set, guys. So think about that. To me, these electronics are pretty much enhancing what somebody's skill set already is in a lot of cases. So if someone is really doesn't have that certain abilities, those electronics can actually enhance to them going the negative way, to where now it makes it worse for them, because now the things that they thought they knew, those electronics, they may be reading them in a way to where it's confirming something that does not exist for them. So those electronics can still help hurt someone if you don't use them correctly. But as far as what your statement says, yeah, I don't think that it would bother him. I think he would still be able to go out there and do the exact same, whether he had electronics and just mapping only. So that's what I think from what I've gathered from from just watching his channel and just the things that he says, and a lot of the good information that he gives out there that helps people out as far as the different type of lures, and I mean just everything. He has a good channel, guys. So I would definitely say check out his channel. He has some really good information. So depending on what type of situation you find yourself in on the lake, I mean, he's put some stuff out there that if you can keep up with it, then it'll definitely help you out. All right. So Big Jim Fishing says, comment for DWM. Let me see. Study was done on Toledo Bend. Fisheries biologists documented that less than 10% of all fish in the lake are ever caught. Whoa. So think about that, guys. Look it up on YouTube. All right. So I mean, and I would just say that kind of goes to show, guys, because I've heard something like that before, how even though we're out there catching all of these fish, and what I would say is live imaging to me has kind of confirmed this too. What he's saying is that we're catching all of these fish, and we're out here just killing the lake. We're just killing it. We're catching all of these fish. Every fish is going to have a hook mouth, and I mean a hook in his mouth at some point. And what he's saying, that's 10%. So we're not as a big of an impact as we think we are. We're not as good as we think we are out there, guys. I mean, we're not out there catching all of the fish out of the lake. And so the thing that I would want to add to that is a discussion that I had with someone the other day, as far as now that you have live imaging, and there was at one point where people would talk about getting backboated and things like that. And I would always just try to understand, well, what does that mean? Do you mean that you don't have any water to cast to, or you just can't cast where you think that fish are? And what I can say to you now is that there are fish there. You're just not catching those fish. So you're casting in an area where it may not be your comfort zone. But with that live imaging, you can turn that live imaging around and shoot straight toward the back of the boat, and you can see fish back there. There was a fisherman, Andrew Upshaw, I believe that's his name, and there was a video where he was talking to Todd Castledine. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, but they were on Lake Hartwell, and so Todd did not have live imaging, but the other anglers did. And this is kind of when it was still, everybody didn't have it. It wasn't the big thing. It was still kind of a secret, because I wouldn't necessarily say a secret. It was a secret for the guys that had it, that did not really want to tell the guys that did not have it what they were seeing out there. So Todd was kind of struggling out there. I mean, he was doing his thing, because he's one of the guys that I would say he can go out there without electronics and still kill it, because that is kind of the way that he is used to fishing. He was more of a shallow water fisherman, but it was just tough out there that day. So Andrew and another angler were talking, and they were just talking about how they were just out there killing it, catching fish. And Todd was kind of off to the side, and he heard him, and he was like, hey guys, he was like, wait a minute. You guys are out there. How are you catching all of these fish? I mean, what's going on? I mean, I'm out here struggling. I told you guys that I'm struggling, and now I hear you talking, saying that you're catching all of these fish. I mean, what's going on with that? I thought we were talking and sharing some information. You know what I mean? And so they kind of look at each other, and the two guys that are talking get quiet for a second. And he's like, we're using live imaging, man. You're casting towards the bank, but we're turning that around and looking back out behind us, and we noticed that the fish have moved off the bank. So we just turned around and started casting out that way. So it's it's just kind of one of those things, guys. You think that you're out there killing it and depleting the fisheries and stuff like that. Like he said, 10%, guys, 10%. All right, so let's see who else we have. We have G Hayes checking in. Let's see what G Hayes has to say. All right, so people said the same stuff when mapping came out. Uh-oh, guys, come on, not mapping. All right, so listen to this, guys. People said the same when mapping came out. Also when side scan and down scan came out. I think people just want to learn new tech, and that's okay. But don't hate on anyone using it. Okay, I mean, I agree with that. Why you have to hate on somebody that's using it? And so that's really, I guess, the struggle with this, guys, because anytime something new comes out, I mean, of course, as we get older, we kind of get set in our ways. We don't necessarily want to learn this new stuff. We may not want to travel as much. There's things that we're like, man, I'm kind of set in my ways. I just want to go out here and do things the way that I have learned. So for us guys now that have learned offshore fishing using the technology that we have, as it advances farther, we may be looking the same way. Like, man, these younger guys, they learn how to play these video games or this technology. They grew up with a skill set that allows it to be easier for them to just kind of keep up with the new technology, where we are getting left behind. And we're like, hey, wait a minute, guys. Hold on. This is not fair. How can we fix this? We need to all be on the same playing field, guys. So I can beat you. Why don't you fish like me so I can beat you? All right. So let's see. That was G Hayes. Appreciate that comment. All right. And then we have Greg 8 says, to Jim's point, let me see, how do we make a person's fishing knowledge equal? You still need to select the bait and present the bait to make the fish bite. Exactly. All right. And then Eric says, well said. All right. Great question. What is pure? There we go. So was that the question that I asked you, Jason? So Jason says, great question. What is pure? Who was that I asked that question to? I can't remember right offhand, guys. And guys, the link is in the description. I'm going to keep going through these comments. And actually, man, you guys are really, really in these comments. Let me just fix something real quick. Block this person right here. So yeah, we have some things popping up in the chat every now and then. So what I did was, and let me just go ahead and do something real quick. Nah, I'll wait and do that later. But yeah, so the link is in the chat. If anybody wants to come up, just make sure you cam up, and then we can continue the discussion. But what I want to do is pull up another video clip, and this was the informative fisherman, and just kind of listen to what his input is on this, guys. Let me share my screen again. Just bear with me. All right, guys, let's see. All right, share screen. All right, here we go. All right, just have to find it. All right, there we go, guys. Share that and pull this up real quick. All right, there we go. Let me just blow this up. All right, so let's just take a listen and see what his input is on this. And, just may add just a little more, just some more food for thought, guys.
But recently with fishing technology, there's such large advantages into having a bigger bankroll in regards to trolling motors and fishing electronics, like with Live and with GPS, lock trolling motors, spot lock, things like in that regard, to where I am almost feeling like, yes, 5-10 years ago, the guy with just the really expensive boat, you would often see this guy show up at a tournament, okay, and has all the best of the best, and doesn't fish quite as much as the guy with the broke down boat and the cheap electronics. That's me for a long time. That was the majority of my life. To where you would see that guy with that cheaper boat walking away with the trophy, walking away with the check. To whereas now the advantages are becoming so extreme, like with Live, and they're going to get even more extreme, even with these trolling motors and these extremely fast boats, to where you have a lot of tournaments that already exist, open tournaments, everyone's allowed. And then you have out here on the West Coast, we have some organizations to where I believe if you've made over 5,000 in winnings that year, you're not allowed to fish.
All right. So with that, guys, when you listen to what he's saying, he's talking about trolling motors. He's talking about boat motors. He's talking about boats. So all of these things are what I said I like to call enhancements. So has the playing field ever been to where you guys are saying pure? At what point did that happen? Because I do not see it. I don't see it. What point has it ever been pure? Someone has always had that chatterbait, or like when the chatterbait first came out, you know, that secret thing. But if this person over here is fishing with this secret lure, and this person over here doesn't have it, does this person really have a skill that is helping them, or do they have that secret lure now that now this other person doesn't have access to? Is that equal? Is that fair? Does that, you know, does that kind of balance things out? I don't think so. So we're just looking at the bigger side of things, and the things that are just right here and now. But if you keep stepping everything back and back and back, and eventually you get back to this angler standing there on the bank with one fishing pole, fluorocarbon on that line, and a crankbait, and that other fisherman has the same thing, now we just start stepping everything up from there. We get them that boat, we get them that nice truck to pull it with, we get them the bigger motor, we get them more fishing poles, more baits, more all of that stuff. Eventually this person over here may have been struggling to keep up, but this person right here can keep climbing. Now they have 50 fishing poles, or how many ever they need. So if they have to reach down and grab a crankbait or a spinner bait or something like that, they don't have to retie. They can just reach down there, grab it, flip out there, grab that top water bait, fling it out there real quick, and catch those fish when they're schooling. With this other person that can't afford all of that, they're sitting there with 2 or 3 poles on their deck. They don't have that ability to just grab that, throw out another bait without retying. So the advantages, I mean, I think he's kind of mentioning that just a little bit, but let's see what else he has to say.
That organization. And I think that's great and all, but I'm kind of wondering what the future of bass fishing is going to look like in regards to, you know, are we going to have financial cap of what your boat, motor, and electronics can cap out at? You know, is that going to ever become a thing? And I look at this, and, you know, bass fishing, it's like, because it's becoming so extreme, like, I'm not saying like live is cheating. Okay. You still have to go out there. You still have to catch the fish. But
exactly. Yeah.
If you and I, we have the exact same skills, we fish just as often, and we go to a lake where it's offshore, or we're hump fishing, and all you have is 2D sonar and I have live sonar. If we have that same skill set, same intuition, I'm going to bet on the guy with live every single time. So you can see.
All right. So think about what he just said. So he said they have the same skill set, and I'm just assuming from what he said, everything is equal. But now this person has something that the other person doesn't, which is live. He's going to bet on the person with live. Let's step that back and say live does not exist, and you're out here fishing. This person has 360 and this one doesn't, but everything else being equal, then you're going to bet on the person that has 360. So any type of advantage that 2 people being all equal, if one person has any type of advantage, if this person has a 250 and this person has a 150, the person with the 250 has a farther range and more access to more areas than the person with the 150. If you're fishing certain lakes on that Saturday, there may be pleasure boaters everywhere that this 150 is not going to be able to get you far enough away from. But that 250 will get you up there in the river where things are a little different, and you have the time to run up there and come back. So where do you want to go back to if you're really talking about pure fishing? Because like I said, that is something that I hear people saying a lot, but they're not taking into account that when was there pure fishing? When was there pure fishing? All right. And I think I see a comment down there. Let me just take a look at something real quick, guys. I think somebody answered that question, and I want to take a look at that. Great question. What is pure? All right, there we go with that. All right, and then Texas Nuke 2010, he says, that is what I was thinking about the A-rig. Right, so the A-rig was a big outroar about that A-rig. Everybody was going crazy saying, man, that needs to be banned. You'll catch 5 fish. We're gonna actually deplete the lakes. And I remember people thinking that, saying that if everybody goes out there throwing A-rigs, we're just going to be catching all of the fish and all this stuff. I think I went through 5 A-rigs. The things were breaking off going into the lake, and you know how much it costs to put all those lures and everything on there. I went through 5 of those things, probably breaking off and going into the lake, and never even got a bite on one. So I did eventually, after a few years, I think I caught maybe 3 or 4 fish, something like that. But yeah, so that's what he's saying about that A-rig. All right, so Jason says, to me, Pure. All right, let me go ahead and hit it for this. He has put in the response. All right, guys. So Jason says to me, Pure, I pretty much sold a kidney to get mine. I fished out of a 96 Ranger with torn carpet and duct tape seats. So, guys, I'll tell you this. If he's fishing out of a boat like that, Jason knows how to catch fish. Those are the guys that you need to be worried about, because somebody like that, they are very innovative. If you are fishing out of a boat like that and you can't just go out there and let me just drop 90 and buy this new Skeeter, or you know what I mean? Let me just go out here and buy 4 or 5 graphs and let me get that sonar, that live, and all these things. This person right here is somebody that is going to put in the time in the work to be able to compete with those people and can probably still beat them. So he says carpet and duct tape on the seats. I had to choose between redoing my boat or getting a LiveScope. Nice seats never, and I would say yeah, nice seats never put fish in the boat, guys. There we go. All right. To me, Pure, I pretty much sold a kidney to get mine. All right. So there we go. But that did not really answer the question about the pure, like what do you consider pure fishing? But I understand that point that you're making. Let me just see what else he says. When I bought mine, I knew a few trips. I bought more, let me see, more bites. I'm amazed. Let me just start over, guys. When I bought mine, I knew in a few trips, I bought more bites. I'm amazed what it will do. I pull into spots, not even cast. I can scan and go if no fish. All right, yeah. So that's basically what it will do for you. But guys, sonar will do the same. Well, not necessarily the same thing. It will do the same thing in a different way. 360 will do this. This is like each one of them have their own superpower. Let's say that, because you can pull into an area, drop that 360, and if you don't see any certain type of structure that maybe you have patterned out, maybe you're just straight looking for rocks. You drop that 360, let that spin around 1 or 2 times. You can see whether there's rocks there. If there's not, then you just pack up and jet. You can just leave. So that technology, each one, like I said, to me, has their own superpower. So you just have to choose one, or depending on what your pockets look like, you can choose them all. And I think that's part of the discussion that we're having right now, too, guys. All right, and let me just see. Let me just take a look real quick. All right, 1 second. Just have to do another blocking real quick. All right, so let me just go through a few more of these comments real quick, and then we'll come back to the video. All right, so Jason said that's not pure, that's technology, not man versus man, my skills versus yours. All right, so yeah, so it's pure. What you're saying is man versus man, my skill versus yours. Because remember, if someone is fishing with balsa crankbaits versus someone who has plastic crankbaits, so this person has a chatterbait and this person doesn't, or this person has a graphite rod but this person's rod is from Walmart. I mean, is that really man versus man if the equipment is coming into play? Both of those people would have to have the same type of equipment if it is really that man versus that man, instead of he has this secret thing over here that works better, that now this person, he's going to be losing more fish because his equipment is not as good. You know what I mean? All right, so let's see. G. Hayes says, should I be mad that someone in a 21-foot new boat can go out on a lake like Ontario? And I can't, because I have an 18-foot narrow boat that would probably not make it. Yeah, you probably not make it. So yeah, he says, nope, not me. Fish on and be safe. All right. So he's saying, hey, that's not going to discourage him. If he's going to get out there and put in work, he's going to beat you anyway in his 18-foot boat, trying to like slide across Lake Ontario. All right. So we have Michael. He says, money, I fished the FLW. Randy was the first one to cry about everything. Oh, come on, man. Come on. Oh, goodness. All right. So we have Michael, FLW. Appreciate you joining the live stream. Yeah, I mean, it's to me, it's just kind of a mindset and how you look at things too. So some people look at the glass half empty. Some of it look at the glass half full. All right, so let's see. Winter Solidarity says, get rid of the cheaters. How about that? Uh-oh, how about that? All right, Tim, I hope you're listening. I think you got somebody to join your army right there. Winter Solidarity wants to get rid of those cheaters. So yeah, go ahead and holler at Tim in the comments. Tim, that same thing Tim is talking about. All right, Jason says, people gripe about the cost. If I can get, let me see, with a kid in college, I think that throws that argument out. Let me see. I'm not sure what that part right here says, the OE, that throws that argument out. If you want it bad enough, it's attainable. Okay, so that is, I understand what you're saying now, and I agree with that. Because so what he's saying is if he can get beat by a kid that's in college, then I mean, how much work are you putting in? I mean, I've seen guys, like I said before in some of my previous live streams, there are guys out there sleeping in their cars. There are guys out there eating potted meat or Vienna sausages and crackers for their breakfast, lunch, and dinner so that they can get out here and compete with guys. And that is another thing that, like Winter Solidarity just said, why we have to get rid of cheaters, because guys that are out there really grinding and putting in that work, it's like at some point it's going to pay off as long as you stick with it. But I mean, those guys, we can't just have them out there, competing and then find out there's a cheater out there or something like that that's came along and took an opportunity away from them. But yeah, so I agree with that. I agree with what Jason said. All right, Thomas says, well said. I'm old school, been fishing Charlie Brewer sliders for 40 years. Look at that, guys. There we go. That might tell you something. All right. All right. There we go. All right, Thomas. Appreciate that comment. All right. So Jason says, where do you think the limit to technology should stop? Where do you draw the line? I mean, what's next?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so to me, guys, I had a discussion with someone yesterday that I was hoping was going to hop on the live stream. I think that was yesterday. Let me drop that link in there again. But one of the things they mentioned is, so they have everything up to live imaging. They haven't got the live imaging yet. So what they were saying was that, well, how would I feel if they got a camera? So yeah, they got a camera. And I told them, you can get a camera. You can even get a scuba diver and go down there in the water. And I feel confident enough that I could still outdo you because of what I know, my skill set. So you can get a scuba diver. You can have a camera under the water. The only thing you can't do, though, is you cannot have that scuba diver take that fish and put the hook in the fish's mouth. So no, that's where we draw the line. But I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying. So what's next? And so to me, the fishing industry, and there was a clip in one of the other videos where what he's saying is it's about money. If it wasn't about money, then these things wouldn't be happening. And it's like, of course, what sporting industry is not about a profit? What business is not about turning a profit? So you're wanting to take an industry that is about profit and get them to not look at something based on the profit. So I think as far as the technology will keep going, the people that want to keep up with it, it's just like going to school, being a doctor, being a lawyer. You're going to constantly be studying and keeping up with the new laws that are coming out. You don't just say, well, hey, we don't need any new technology. I mean, if that cut was there 10 years ago, we're going to fix it the same way. So I don't want to learn this new technology. So, I mean, life just isn't that way. So I would say the next advancements that come out as far as technology wise and fishing, you're either going to keep up or get left behind. And some things just aren't for everybody. I mean, it's just, I mean, I don't know. It's just things, I've never seen things as just being 100% fair. And so different, the mentality, the upbringing, just the things that people have experienced and gone through make some people persevere more than others with certain things. How bad do you want something? What are you willing to sacrifice to make it? Because while somebody is saying, well, I don't want to do that, there's just somebody else over here eating ramen noodles and sleeping in their truck that is like, yeah, I'm going to do it. So who do you want to reward? This person over here that's cutting grass, doing these side jobs, going fishing, fixing sheetrock after they get off of their regular job. They're doing all of these things to get the money to now be able to get that new technology. And within all of that, they still have to find time to get out there on the lake to learn how to use it. So who do you reward? That person that does not want to keep up, or the person that does want to keep up, that is going to do what the companies with money want someone to do to continue advancing their profits, and in turn, breaking off a little something to those anglers that are out there keeping up with the technology. So yeah, I would say it's definitely a money thing. It's definitely about business and making sure the business of fishing still continues to keep going. All right, so let's see. Trout and Joe says the real question to ask pros is, how do they feel about losing the big three electronic companies as sponsors? Right, and I'm kind of interested in that too. So I would think the poll would need to be those top, I would say 100 professional anglers that are out there currently using, because I'm pretty sure everybody at that level, I would say in the top 100, they all have pretty much the same equipment. So what would they say? And if they say get rid of live imaging, for example, do they want to get rid of the other forms of electronics, and why? The why is really a big thing to me, because for a lot of people, I think the thing that they're having a hard time grasping is the why is someone now saying that they don't want this new technology. They don't want technology to keep growing, because the first thing that people will say with anything, like I said, whether you're a doctor, lawyer, or any of that stuff, is that continued education, that continued learning. At some point, you get tired. You just want to be set in your ways, kick back, and just go off of what you already know and not continue to have to advance and learn. So that's what we're trying to figure out, is the why. What is the real reason why someone does not want that investment in technology? Because for me, like I said, you can't really say that pure fishing thing, because when did that exist? That went away as soon as you gave this person different equipment from this person, whether it's fishing line, fishing reels, fishing rods, any of that stuff. They are no longer two equal anglers, even if their skill sets are equal. If you give them two different sets of equipment, then you're just not going to get the same results. You can't give one person an axe and one person a sword and send them out into the wilderness and think they're going to have the exact same outcomes based on their skill set. All right, guys, let me see. All right, so we have somebody that just hopped into the back. Let me just take a quick look. And yeah, we're moving. I hope you guys are keeping up with the comments, because we have a lot of activity in here. So we'll kind of keep that going. And just give me 1 second. Let me just go through, let me see, 3 or 4 more of these comments real quick, and then I will pull up somebody that is in the back. All right, so let's see. So we have Stephen Walden says, it's the same thing with the Alabama rig. Guys don't want to learn how to throw it. Right. So yeah, we mentioned that a few minutes ago, and that is so there are people that think that same thing. And so he says definitely keep it. So there's another keep it. All right. If LiveScope would, let me see. Justin says, if LiveScope would be banned from tournaments to have equal playing field, then what about tournaments that some other anglers home lakes fish? So yeah, so I guess he's saying, then what about tournaments that some anglers home lakes? So yeah, so even if someone's on their home lake and somebody's not, that's still, so yeah, there's always going to be advantages and disadvantages. All right, guys, let's kind of change it up a little bit. Let me go ahead and bring up, without further ado, we have DP. All right, what is going on?
Hey, man, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you okay, see you okay. Let me just change this up a little bit. All right, there you go. So what is going on?
Okay, man. What's going on, man? Hey, for you guys, I'm the one that, taught Ryan how to skip. I hate that, but he ended up being when we first met, he was, a real good guy, man. I knew he was going to be a great angler. I told him that.
All right.
But the reason why I got on, guys, I usually sit back in the background and listen, but I couldn't take it no more. Pure fishing to me, pure bass fishing to me was Bassmaster's Mega Bucks. And the reason why I say that is I learned so much from that, which they don't, I hated FLW left because they taught you a lot of stuff, man.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and Mega Bucks, what they would do, they would pick a long creek and they would split it up in like 10 sections. And everybody had a tackle box. Randy Blocker could tell you about it.
Oh,
Everybody had
I
a
think I
tackle box.
remember that.
They would weigh your tackle box. If it was over the weight that they acquired, Ray Scott could take out any two things or any one thing that he wanted out your tackle box.
Right.
And you was only allowed 6 rods.
Mm-hmm.
You had the same boat, you had the same equipment, trolling motor, electronics. Okay. And you had a time limit on each spot. You fish behind people.
Right, exactly.
You would pull names and numbers based on what section you would start at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, the two people that dominated in that, they say is not the best fisherman in the world. Well, I love Rick Clunn. Don't get me wrong. I love it. But he's not the best fisherman in the world. I hate to say this, a lot of people hate it, but Roland Martin is the best fisherman in the world up until Kevin Van Dam came.
All right, okay. Roland Martin. Okay.
Larry Nixon. Don't you guys dominated the Mega Bucks tournaments? They fished behind other people and won.
Gotcha.
Imagine you, Ryan. Imagine you going behind a pro on it only allowed you so many hours on that one spot, and you had to switch. You had to go to the next zone.
Right.
Imagine going behind a pro that fished this area the same time and beat it to death. Now you got to come and try to produce on there. It's hard.
So did they allow them did they allow them to pre-fish or anything, or did they just show up at a random lake? How did they do that part?
No, they would fish, but the last tournament they would make this up. They'll pick a long creek and they split it up in 10 sections.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I wish they would bring that back, man. That was the purest bass fisherman that you could ever get. And tournaments, that's the purest you can ever get. You bring your own lures. You bring your own rod.
Gotcha.
But you had to pick, you had to pick based on what lake you on, what you're going to put in there. And everybody got the same size tackle box. They weighed it, and it was overweight. You get punished for it.
Right. Yeah.
So
I remember that.
that's the purest, and you learn so much because it was diversity. You learned how to go behind somebody else and catch fish. Not trying to put you on there. I never won Angler of the Year, but I have won tournaments that you had been in when you had the electronics and I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Now I agree with Randy Blocker. I subscribe to him too, but I don't care what you say. I don't care what kind of technology you got. If them fish don't want to bite, they're not going to bite. Right. And then if they do bite, who says you're going to get them to the boat? They may jump off. I lost a lot. Me and you fished a tournament down on Logan Martin, and you won first place. It was a 2-day tournament. You won first. I took second, but I lost a 10-pounder. I lost an 8, and I lost a 7 on the second day.
I remember that you said you won by the bridge or something like that. That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, but I got big fish.
Okay.
And listen, a lot of guys don't know I was in 8th place in that tournament the first day, but I came back and took second, and I should have won that tournament by 30 pounds, but it's luck, technique.
Yeah, and so what you were
saying
is,
get the fish in.
And so that's when you were saying you were fishing off of basically more of a skill set than electronics, because at that point
that's right. It's your skill set. Now, even Randy Blockett, like I said, I love him. I'm not taking anything from him. I love him. I love his jigs, but he can't even beat Johnny and fish the moment. They did a tournament where they just used regular sonar, and Johnny beat the pants off of him because he knows the sonar. I don't care what it is.
Oh yeah, so that I think I saw that episode. That was before
if you don't get the skill set. If you don't get the skill set, even if you get the skill set, even if you get the electronics, if the guy do something different, a little different, I'm gonna give you for instance. We were fishing. You talk about Russell a lot. Right. I won more tournaments with Russell than you had, but I did something
We might have
different.
to check the stats on that. We might have to check the
You
stats on
can
that
check
one.
the stats. I got hey, look, I got the trophies back there to show you. I got the plaques and everything back there. But anyway, like I said, the thing is this: if you do something a little different than the other guys doing, then you can catch more fish than that guy because you did something just a little different. It ain't about the electronics, because really, guys, you're not fishing against the other guy. You fishing against Mother Nature. I don't care how you put it.
Right. Yeah. So that's
what you're
the
fishing
thing.
against.
Right. So that's one of the things I was saying. So if someone is basically catching 3-pound bags, 7-pound bags, topping out at a 10-pound bag, but then they're complaining when the tournament winning bags have been 15 to 22-pound bags and they're not hitting that weight, and they're saying, hey, this LiveScope isn't fair. But have you caught bags that big even without LiveScope? Because there were people, well, I keep saying LiveScope, but live imaging, whether you have Mega Live, Active Target, or LiveScope. But before that was out, if you still weren't catching those type of bags, how can you say that that is hurt? You know, that I mean, but you know what I mean. So
I know what you mean, but the thing is like this. I got Humminbird,
right.
Mega Live. But it's a lot of times I be out there fishing and I see these fish in this brush pile, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting in 35 foot of water. I see them. I like to say they see me because when it pings them and it comes back and you see them move off, you know they know you there.
Mm-hmm.
They'll swim off. I seen a school of I think they were spotted bass, and I looked at them, seen them. They were feeding, and I pinged them and seen them. Don't fish swim off, and I followed them. I followed them. You know, I got on my trolling motor and put it on high and
that
followed
was
them.
live imaging. You're saying that's what live?
Yeah,
Okay,
and they just took off, man. They took off,
right?
And I couldn't catch them. So you can talk all you want to about forward-facing sonar. If them fish don't want to bite, even if you get regular sonar, if them fish don't want to bite, they ain't gonna bite. You know, if you see them, don't mean you're gonna catch them.
Right. I definitely agree with that. All right. So one more question before I because I think do we have somebody else coming up? But yeah, so one last question. So your vote was to keep it. And
to keep it because I say keep it because if you do that, if you want to go pure, really pure, then you got to go back to the red man, the first, the red man people, which I had a guy that I used to, work with. And he said what they did was to find hard spots where they had a metal weight on a rope. Okay. And they would go to a section and they would take that weight and they would bop it on the bottom. When they hear a ting, when they feel something go dunk dunk, they know that was rock. If they were the mush, they could tell it was a mush. They know that was mud. If they hit something that was like kind of crunchy, they knew it was wood. That was the original sonar back when they used the flashers.
And see, let me just add this too. So what I would do is I would put on my Carolina rig, I would throw a 3/4 ounce steel shot weight and cast that out there. And that weight is enough to where I could kind of crank it fast enough to where it would still bump across the bottom. So that's how I would find rocks. So that skill set is still in there. You know what I mean? Just because people are starting to use live imaging does not mean that they don't have that some type of skill set behind that.
It don't matter. Even if you got 360 and you know that brush pile, you throw straight to it. You see them fish in there.
Right.
Don't mean you're gonna catch them.
Gotcha.
Technology, all this technology is to find fish.
Right.
To give you a better percentage in catching them. But like I said, guys, you fishing against Mother Nature, not the other angler. You can like, a lot of times I used to think like, dang, man, I ain't doing good today, man. I want what these other guys doing. But you know what? You're not fishing against these other guys.
Right, yeah.
It's the part of the lake you at. It's the part of the lake you at. It's what you throwing. It's just different things, man, different scenarios. And I know Randy know this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you just got to keep your head in the game.
A lot of tournaments. He won a lot of tournaments, and he's against sonar. My thing is, then if it's that bad, then won't he just take all the sonars off it, other than mapping, so he can just get around and let me fish?
That's what some people have said. That's what some people have said. But yeah, man. All right. So DP says, keep it pure, go back. We have to go back. But yeah, man, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We had DP coming up. All right, man. I appreciate you supporting the channel. You're always in the comments getting active.
Always.
All right. I appreciate it, man.
Thank you so much, man.
All
appreciate
right,
that.
All right, no problem. Thanks for coming up. All right, guys. That was DP. All right. Appreciate the support of the channel. So there we go, guys. I mean, we have some good opinions, some good information being dropped in here tonight. All right. So let me just go through these comments a little bit more. And then I will pull, actually, let's go ahead and just take a look at the, let me pull this video back up and just take another look at it and just see what else he had to say. And then I can go through a little more comments, guys. It's getting interesting, All right.
See right here that this argument actually does hold credence for what I'm telling you right here, that this is going to be a thing. So I'm kind of wondering if that's going to ever be a thing in the future, you know, because it's not like another sport where you grow up with one ball and everyone can play when you go out to a field. No, you learn very differently according to, you know, how much money your family has, and are they willing to invest in you when you're young, or your work schedule. Can you be out there more often than the other guy? You know, so I get a lot of these tournament organizations that if you made over 5,000, you can't compete. Yeah, maybe your skill set's too good for that bracket. And I get that. That's not for me, of course. But, you know, if I worked Monday through Friday at a regular job and didn't fish for a living, I would probably be looking into that as well. But what do you guys think? I'm curious. What do you think the future of bass fishing tournaments are going to look like? Is it going to be more of that, more financial winning caps? Or do you think it's actually going to be the value of the boat, or what you can and cannot have on the boat? I'm really curious. I've always liked the 5 fish limit. I'm starting to watch more of the MLF stuff. I'm going to release a video on that very subject of relatability, and it's very interesting what old timers think versus young guys, and I'm getting all these different perspectives. But I was really
all right. So let's go ahead and stop right there. So yeah, guys. I mean, and really, that kind of seems like what we're talking about: old versus new, shallow versus deep, that kind of thing. So different ways of fishing, different ways of thinking, different generations, people, you know what I mean? So it's just kind of one of those things. Let's go ahead and keep taking a look at these comments, guys. So like I said, I really appreciate everybody getting active in the comments, making this a good live stream. All right. So we have Michael says, keep in mind, a flasher shows in real time. It was the first live sonar. All right. That is right. That is right. And keep in mind that the sonar of today has an RTS window. That is live sonar also. All right. And we have Texas Noop says all the pros have it, but not all of the pros are winning with it. So just because you have it doesn't mean you are going to win. That is a true statement. DP says Pure Fishing was the Bassmasters with Megabucks tournament when they weighed in your tackle box, and you can only carry so many rods, and they picked a creek, cut it up into sections, and you had a time limit. All right. So that's what DP, Darren Pearson, was just up here talking about. So yeah, that sounds like a format that people want to see. So, I mean, somebody needs to go ahead and put that together so we can, you know, have some of that pure fishing that guys are talking about. All right. So Academic Mailbox says, let's see, saltwater shoreline angling on YouTube, same lures, baits, no sonar. Their rods are LRF, MRF, and HRF tackle. All right, that stands for light rock fishing, medium and heavy. Use LRF, ultralight tackle, to find, catch, bait fish. All right, so yeah, so Academic gets a little deep in here. All right, let's see what else he has to say. That is, they invented a solution that does something similar to sonar without having sonar. And there you go. So that's kind of what we were just discussing as far as how I would use a 3/4 ounce steel shot weight on my Carolina rig to find rocks. And this was before I had my 360. Before I had my 360 imaging. All right, and let's see. Jason Hayes says, I have Garmin LiveScope on my Yak, but I'm only on my 2nd year of fishing, period. All right, so hey, yeah, you just got to keep getting out there, putting in work, And that is what it's all about, whether you have electronics on your boat or not. So are you willing to get out there and put in that work? All right, so let's see, guys. Let me see if I can get caught up on these comments. Let me see if I can shoot through these real quick. Yeah, because that was the second clip that I wanted to play. And let's see. So Harry, we have Harry. This is Chicken Hawk's buddy right here. So yeah, Chicken Hawk, I kind of scared him off. We're gonna be at Lake Gunnersville this weekend. So me and Chicken Hawk are gonna, be out there kind of going head to head. Let's see what happens with that. All right. So Harry says, great point of pure fishing. Everyone's definition is different. Exactly. Everyone is saying pure fishing, but I don't think anybody really understands what that means if you really, really think about it. Cane pole and bobber. All right, there we go, guys. Cane pole and bobber. I had a blast doing it and still do it a little, but enjoy the new technology. Looking forward to Mega Live soon. All right, yeah, there you go. All right, really appreciate that, Harry. And Harry also says running a 96 Ranger. What is that? 461 VS over here with most of the technology except live, which I'm getting Black Friday sale. Need to catch up with you about your 10-inch Helix. Yes. All right, there we go, guys. So yeah, and like I said before, he's running that 96 Ranger. So anybody pushing a boat like that, you have to watch out for them on the lake. They'll creep in when with that 18-pound bag when you're thinking that 16 is going to win. So yeah, so he has that. And also, just hold on 1 second, guys. Let me just show you guys. All right, guys, I am back. I just wanted to grab something real quick just to show you what he was referring to. All right, so I have this. Pick this up, guys. Show it to you. All right, this Helix 10. Let me just put it up here so you guys can see it. Mega DI, Chirp Mega DI. This is a G4N unit. This is a brand new in box, never opened. And this was part of the prize package that I received for the 2021 Angler of the Year award. We just recently had the banquet for that, and that was part of the prize package that I received. And I currently have 4 units on my boat, so I do not need a 5th one, guys. I would rather have the TargetLock system. So what I'm looking to do is sell that Helix 10 Chirp Mega DI Plus unit and just use those funds to purchase the TargetLock. So, we kind of have to swap out things and just invest, reinvest, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, so what I want to do is just sell that at a good discount, guys. So if anybody's interested in that, let me go ahead and put my Instagram back down at the bottom of the live stream so you guys can keep up with that. Hold on 1 second. Let me find it. All right. And also, I forgot to mention that for each live stream, the person that has the biggest donation to the channel, which was AV to the 7th power for this one. Let me just put this in the AV. Just bear with me real quick, guys, to the 7th power. All right. And just make sure you check out AV to the 7th power, her YouTube channel. All right. So this will be scrolling right down here on the bottom of the live stream, guys. That is my Instagram and also the sponsor of today's live stream. All right, guys. So if anybody else wants to hop in, basically what she did was sent a super chat, guys, to the channel. So she's made a few good donations to the channel. And like I said, I take those proceeds and just reinvest them into the channel and also into any tournaments that I'm going to be fishing so that I can continue to bring that footage to you guys. And also there is a join button right down below the video itself. And that is basically just providing a membership to anyone that wants to join the money team. So that is basically what I've set up for my members of the channel. Basically, you guys will have a special badge by your name in the comment section and just take priority as far as the comments go. So, and like I said, I'm trying to keep up with these comments, but you guys are very, very active in here. So let me just see where I was at. But yeah, so that that unit, that graph, that 10-inch graph, if anybody is interested in that, please make sure you hit me up on my Instagram and I will get in contact with you regarding that. All right. So I see I have a few more interesting comments in here. So let's go ahead and take a look. We have Michael. He says Bass banned the A-rig because it doesn't comply with the one rod, one reel, one lure rule. FLW took a vote to ban the A-rig. There we go, guys. So yeah, so there was a big controversy with that at times. So it's, you know, it's just one of those things. Anytime something new comes out, there's going to be people for it and people against it. But to me, the thing is the why. All right. And Harry says, what's up, MoneyBass? Appreciate the work you're putting in. All right. I really appreciate that, man. I really appreciate it, because it is a lot of work sometimes, man. And we've been running for almost going on 2 hours, guys. So we've been running for almost 2 hours. But I mean, we're having some fun in here. We're getting some information out there and getting some thoughts and comments in the comment section, so we can keep going. Like I said, I'm trying to get caught up on these comments real quick. And like I said, the link is in the comment section, just in case anybody else wants to come up. And let me just check something real quick. Just bear with me, guys. Bear with me. Let me check something else. All right. So Thomas, let me see. He said, well said. Thank you. I understand all the money, travel, and time put in. You want the best so you can win big. That is right. Hate on no one. Time has changed everything. Exactly. So yeah, I mean, you never know what somebody's struggle is that they are going through, but everybody has sacrificed something in order to, whether you're fishing and you're getting these trophies, or you're fishing and you're walking home with big checks, or you're just fishing for, you know, a little bit of relaxation. There's always some type of give and take, so that you know, so that people can be successful and get to where they want to be. All right. Guys, look who we have. We have somebody else stepping into the live stream. We have I Fish, I Cook. What is going on? Good to hear from you. I will be at Lake Gunnersville this weekend, so maybe you can swing over there and check us out. Both me and Chicken Hawk will be out there, so you know, well, that'll be a good time. So make sure you hit us up. All right. So I Fish, I Cook says, if we were defining pure as being even, then the closest thing I can think to pure fishing is when the MLF initially started with no practice, same nitro boats, graphs, etc. Exactly. So that is what that is exactly what I was talking about. And to take that one step further, they would need the same gear and equipment, because then everybody would have all of the same gear, equipment, boat, everything. So now the only difference will be the anglers. Everything else being the same, the only thing different is the angler itself. All right. So really appreciate that. All right. And Harry says, could you beat your daddy Chicken Hawk if he had all of it except the scuba diver putting the fish on the line? Wait a second. Okay, hold on, guys. Let me just take my time and read this one. So Harry says, could you beat your daddy Chicken Hawk if he had all of it except the scuba diver putting the fish on his line? The answer to that is definitely. I'm saying Chicken Hawk can have a scuba diver, and he could have the camera. He can have all of that. And, you know, I would still go out there and do a little something. All right, so let's see who else we have. We have Justin says, if LiveScope would be banned, let me see. If LiveScope would be banned to have an equal playing field, then what about tournament anglers fishing their home lakes versus anglers driving out of state? Yeah, so so someone on their home lake, well, I would have to kind of disagree with you on that one, Justin. Just because they're on their home lake, sometimes that can be a very, very big disadvantage. And I have learned that from experience from a tournament that I fished maybe I would say it's been about a month and a half ago. I mean, I was killing it all the way up until tournament day. Just wasn't looking nice. But yeah, I understand that. So under normal circumstances, that can definitely be an advantage. All right, and let's see. So I Fish I Cook says John Cox is successful without electronics, even in smallmouth tournaments. Whoa. Let's see. I've definitely seen John Cox doing his thing on that shallow water and that wacky rig. But as far as fishing offshore, I haven't seen that. So it's smallmouth, yeah. So he was probably still catching those smallmouth shallow. That would be my bet, because I've seen a lot of guys doing well catching smallmouth shallow. All right, so Harry says DP and Chicken Hawk taking MoneyBass under their wings. Okay, I hear you on that one. All right, let's see. All right, so we do have somebody. We have Chicken Hawk. He might be stepping into the live stream in just a few minutes, guys. Let me just go ahead and see if I can get caught up on these comments real quick. All right, and Red Boat says, "Wow." Not sure what that was in response to, but appreciate the comment. All right, I Fish I Cook says, "Darren, those were the old rules of the Bassmaster Classic. In the Mega Bucks, they use their own boats." I agree, though. Okay, yeah, and so that's what I was wondering, if they if they all had the same boats in that particular one. But I remember Major League Fishing I think it was Major League Fishing at one point, they all had the same boats. All right, and Harry says, "Get him, DP." Get him, DP. All right, and let's see who else we have. Red Boat says, "I think pure fishing is when I used to go fishing and look down the bank and see a tree that had fallen into the water and fish that tree. I learned that it had a ditch there and did not have sonar." So yeah, I mean, so that's what I'm saying. So and actually I had made the joke that, hey, you just drop me off at the boat ramp and drop somebody else off at the boat ramp, and we don't have any equipment or anything, and from there we have to see who can catch a fish first. To me, that is pure fishing. Just drop me off at the ramp and let's go ahead and get it cracking. How about that? Let's try it that way. All right, so Harry says GPS old school used to be grandpas who put the time on the water. Exactly. So that time on the water back in the day, that was the thing. All right, Red Boat says a lot of bass, let me see, were caught there, and I was in a green bottom boat. There you go. So those are the guys I was saying you have to watch out with on those tournaments. Those guys that would show up on those John boats, and everybody else is sitting out there in 50, 60, $70,000 boats, and you're like, hey, I don't know. Those guys in that John boat look like they might know what they're doing. All right, and let me see. Thomas says Darren brought back so many memories. Yes, exactly, he did. Yeah, I appreciate him coming up and sharing that information. All right, C219 Troll says, "What's going on? What's up? What's up? Appreciate you checking in to the live stream." All right, and then we have Jason says, "Man, I want to fish with DP. He has a lot of energy." Uh-oh, look at that. Okay, DP, you got you a fan on here. Somebody wants to get on the boat with you. So yeah, DP is one of my mentors from the Rob Bender's Bass Club. So he was there whenever I first started bass fishing. Whenever I was in my very first tournament, he was on the lake too. And he also taught me how to skip docks. So I can get shallow. And do my thing in shallow water too. And actually, that's what I'll be doing this weekend more than likely. I'll try a little offshore on Gunnersville, but we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so DP, yeah, he's a good guy. Great mentor, taught me some stuff out on the lake. All right, so Harry says, got to adopt with the technology to increase your high percentage areas and see fish at / structure. Going to be harder to make it as a pro fisherman in tournament on tournament winnings alone. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, that's the case. You do have to adapt and change with the times if you want to keep up or get left behind, or you just have to continue to increase that skill set that you have. You can't sit back and think that you can just continue doing the same thing that you're doing if it's not working for you. All right, C219 Troll says you still got the, let me see, you still got to get the fish to bite. Exactly. Watched hundreds of huge crappie on Santee this past weekend and struggled to get a limit. Whoa. But the key thing, I don't know if you guys noticed, but he said struggle to get a limit. So I think that means that he still got that limit, guys. So that was still a good day, because I've struggled out there on the lake before and I was struggling to get a bite. So I've been on the lake, but I've struggled to get a bite before. So if you struggle and got a limit, that's still a good day to me. All right. And we have Harry says, don't be showing my unit. Hit me up. been slammed at work the last couple of days. All right, so hey, hit me up on Instagram, because like I was telling you, oh well, did you say you have Instagram? I can't remember. So we just have to figure out a way to link up. I will just check the comments for this video. I will put my email in the comments also, and maybe we can exchange information that way. So if anybody, well, Harry's saying that is his unit. So that 10-inch graph, Harry's already put stake and claim on that. But my thing is first come, first serve, because I do have a few people that are saying that they're going to pick it up, but nobody has actually shot me the funds to pick that up or made any arrangements yet. All right, so LL Justice, what is going on? So we have somebody new to the live stream, had to unsubscribe from Randy. 80% fishermen don't do this right. 90% fishermen don't. Oh, come on, man. I mean, he still has some great information on his channel, so I don't always agree. Obviously, don't agree with everything he says, but I mean, differing opinions to me is always an interesting thing. It always gives me a chance to learn something that I may not have known before, or just see things in a different way. So yeah, so I like his channel. All right, then we have Cove Ultimate Fishing. What is going on? This was the sponsor from yesterday's live stream. Really appreciate you stepping back into the live stream and showing support for the channel. And he says, what's up? So what is going on? Appreciate you coming back. All right, we have Red Boat says, if you need the electronics, go for it. So yeah, I mean, and to me, actually, it's like having another toy, just something else you can play around with. So to me, the electronics are fun also. So it just adds a little something on there, just a little something extra sometimes, just give you a little something else to play with on the boat, even if you're not catching fish. So those days when you're not out there catching fish and you can kind of play around with your new toys on the boat, it kind of makes the day go a little bit better. All right, so Michael says, no one talks about the advantage of the hydro wave. So he's sliding that in there. And actually, let me see. So let me just say this. He said, Michael says, no one talks about the advantage of the hydro wave. Certain times of the year, it's golden. Exactly. And actually, Michael, I have mentioned the hydro wave and other little small things, even scents on baits, rattles, different things like that, that all of those, to me, like I said, guys, those are enhancements. So anything that you're adding on that other anglers may have or may not have, but if it's just adding on to make you a better angler or help you catch fish, to me, those are all enhancements. Mega live imaging, sonar, all of that, those are all still enhancements, guys. So yeah, so definitely. But yeah, people don't really mention that a lot. And some people, they still don't, believe that the hydro wave makes that much of a difference. But those of us that know, we know. All right. So C219 Troll says, I think the mapping in our units are just as valuable as live. Some places I go, you couldn't safely get there without great mapping. True. But I don't know. I would still pick live over mapping. But I understand what you're saying. That mapping definitely does help. All right. DP says the original forward-facing sonar was a paper graph. It actually showed you better than the forward-facing sonar does today. DNR today still uses the paper graphs. All right. Yeah. So, I mean, everybody had, like I said, to me, any of these enhancements, I just look at those as some type of superpower. So everybody can choose which superpower is best for you. Is it live imaging, sonar, down scan, side scan? Some people want to choose mapping, or some guys just want to choose all of them. So, or 360. I mean, hey, pick your poison, guys. Pick your poison and get to it. All right. So Michael says, I was a beta tester in 2009 for hydro wave. Whoa. Now that is very interesting. So you were actually testing. How did that even work? I mean, that would be very a very interesting thing to hear about. But yeah, so you actually tested out the hydro wave. So you actually saw the fish reaction and everything. All of those little details that we just kind of hear about, but we did not actually experience from firsthand. But I can say that I have experienced firsthand the hydro wave. It does make the fish begin to react. It just and at minimum, it makes them curious about what is going on, and they come to investigate that. So I would definitely say that that I can see the advantage in having that. And then TV 18 says keep it. Oh, guys, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to bring up my poll. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Just bear with me for just a quick second. And like I said, I do not know the results of the poll. So just give me a second and let me try to find that. All right, here it is right here. Is this it? Okay. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. All right, so let me let me see if there's a way I can blow this up on the screen. I don't think there is, though. Hold on one second, guys. Okay, there we go. I can blow that up. There we go. All right, let me just share my screen. Hold on, just bear with me, guys. All right, here we go. And actually, is there a way I can move this out of the way? All right, so here we go. So this is the poll that was done on my channel. And look at that. The results are kind of interesting. So we're just going to base this off of percentages that we can actually see here. So the poll says, let me just go ahead and clear my throat real quick so we can get into this. All right. So the poll says, ban live imaging. Should electronics be banned from tournament fishing, or should those that don't want electronics in tournaments start their own tournament trail? All right. So you guys see it right there. Now the options are ban live imaging. We're sitting on 18%. And he was saying 86%. So we're sitting at, what is that? Let's do the math real quick, guys. That's 82%. So that leaves 82%. So he was saying where there's 86% saying ban it on my channel, we're looking at 18%. All right. And then the other options were to start a new no live imaging tournament trail. So that means basically they're not saying ban it. They're just saying go off and do your own thing. All right. So we're sitting at 24% on that. And then the last option was leave tournaments as is. There's nothing wrong with live imaging. Guys, we're sitting at 58%. We're sitting at 58% of guys that are saying leave tournaments as is. So at 58% plus that 24, that puts us at the, what did I say that was, guys? 82%. So that puts us at the 82% mark. So what do you think? What do you guys think about that poll? Do you think that depending on whose channel that is, that it might make some type of difference? Oh my goodness, guys. You won't believe what just happened. What has crawled into my live stream. All right, guys, we're about to get into a little something. Hold on. Let me just make sure. Let me just read these last 2 or 3 comments real quick. Let me see. All right, just one more comment. Let me see. So TV 18 said keep it. And then Michael said the test unit I had only had 4 sounds. I kind of remember that the sounds on the Hydro Wave, they didn't have that many whenever it first came out. All right, and LL Justice says LiveScope got me yelled at on the lake recently. Didn't realize I was within 50 to 60 yards of a duck hunter who had the decoy ducks out. Oh man. So yeah, I mean, luckily they yelled at you instead of you hearing some other sound. That would have been a bad situation right there. All right, guys. Let me go ahead and without further ado, we have Chicken Hawk coming to the live stream. What is going? Oh my goodness. What is this?
I'm in killer mode right now, man.
What is going on?
I'm in killer mode right now.
You're in killer mode right now.
I'm in killer mode.
What's going on with
it's
that?
It's getting time for me to bust some heads on the water. That's what's about to happen.
So wait a minute. Bust
you
some
see
heads.
it right back there behind me. It's all hooked up and ready.
Wait a minute. What's that back there?
You know what it is.
It's hooked up and ready.
Hey, I'm just dressed like this so when you go to sleep at night, You know the little gremlin things? It's your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare.
Not my nightmare, man. You got the boat behind you, got everything tied on. What's up with that?
Exactly, man. You talking about having your little cameras underwater, right, to help you with your little fishing game, right?
Oh, wait a minute. You heard about that?
Wait. I'm here. Your little you got your little camera on it. I mean, might as well put a video.
Chicken Hawk, you breaking up a little bit.
Am I breaking up?
Yeah. Guys. Let me take over the show. Chicken Hawk starting to break up.
I don't break up, man.
It's probably because of the background you have on there. Because mine was doing that at one point when I tried using it. But so you said that you're gonna bust some heads this weekend. I'm assuming that you're talking about this weekend is when you think that's gonna happen.
Hey, yes, that's gonna happen this weekend.
No, man. All right, guys. So in case anyone does not know, we are gonna be going head to head this weekend on Lake Gunnersville, guys. It is the land of the big fish. And Chicken Hawk, he think he's gonna get out there and catch some fish, but
I want you to have all of the sound effects. I want your camera out. I want it all to be happening come next week. When you explain yourself, how you had all your little cameras underwater, you had all your you've gone out there, you got your side imaging, down imaging, the up imaging, sonar, bonar, all of that. I mean, if you scared to go head to head, okay. I mean, that's the way we do it.
And so you're not gonna call that morning time about, I got 3 flat tires and AAA doesn't work out here. I ain't gonna be able to make it, man. The weather's kind of bad out here, and the dog was chasing me. So I'm not gonna be able to make it. I mean, we're not gonna hear something like that, right?
Hey, you're not gonna hear any of that. What you need to do is figure out if you can get Humminbird himself to come get on the boat with you to help you out. Because obviously you're gonna need all of that.
I see, and I see you got somebody. Look, you sitting here trying to collab with some people. I see somebody else trying to sneak me from behind real quick. Hold on, let me read 2 or 3 of these comments real quick, and then we might have to bring somebody else up. All right, so let's see where do we leave off at? Okay, so we were at WC said looks like it's 42% that can't live image. Let me see that can't live imaging and want to whine about it. All right, so that's on the polls right there. Okay, that's on the poll results. Okay, he said can't afford. Let me see. It looks like 42% that can't afford live imaging and want to whine about it. Okay. All right, and then look who we have here. What's up, my brother from a different mother,
there
Chicken Hawk?
There he is.
Get him. He says get him, and next year I may have to come down there and bring it as well. As sling it. You can practice all you want. Okay,
exactly. Okay. That's what your whole next live stream is gonna be about. Practice.
Oh, wait a minute, man. Y'all hurt my feelings.
Practice.
Michael. What's going on with Go Hawk, man? What's going on with this? How you coming over here taking my peoples? How you taking my peoples? Man, but guess what?
Look like you starting to lock up again. It's time for me to take over your channel again.
Of course not.
I'm taking over next week after I catch those hogs.
We're gonna put a camera on your boat because I want people to see that. Listen, it's gonna be cold out there, but I want y'all to see how Chicken Hawk still be sweating in the wintertime when it's starting to get cold. All right, but check this out. Without further ado, who do we have coming here?
There he is.
I'm repping for you there, Chicken Hawk. Get ready. Get the game face on.
That's it, baby. You gotta get the game face on. Be ready.
Lay the smackdown on him. That's how. That's how you gonna do it.
Man, I
That's
can't
it.
believe this. And
Hey.
then we got Michael. I was like, I got me a new friend here. And look at Michael talking about Go Hawk.
I think Hawk
Oh,
and DP adopted you, Money. That's what I think. I think they brought you under their wing, and now you're trying to beat the teacher. The student never beats the teacher. They always hold a few things back.
Wait a minute. Let me see if I can show y'all a little something.
Oh, man, we don't want to talk about that old rusty. We don't want to talk about that old dusty trophy. You can buy. I've seen those
blind
trophies
fellow
all
finds
over
an
the
acorn
internet,
every
man.
once
You
in a
can
while.
buy them all day long.
Oh man, but
Buy
yeah,
it all day long.
so we're gonna get out there and have a good time on Gunnersville. But I mean, it's fall and people are saying it's tough out there, but
Yeah, because
they're fighting somewhere.
Because you got, I mean, some is dying out, but you got people that can't use the little cameras under the water. Can't use your little camera under the water. I guess just might as well put the trail on the boat. I mean, put the boat on the trail.
Hey man, it ain't no thing but a chicken wing. You know, I can still get out there and make it happen.
Hey, this time of year, a couple
how
years
to
ago,
grind old school, man. You have to have that sense and be able to look at conditions and determine is there. I have been in situations where I've rolled up to a spot and pointed at it, looked at the way things moving around, seeing how it's laying off in the water, and I said, I know there's a largemouth sitting over there. Threw over there, and you know what happens if it bite my hook?
Yeah, you broke off.
To get his jaw knocked out. There you go, Harry. That's exactly what happened. When he get his jaw, it get concussed. It get concussed.
Hey,
You better
be out here
call
giving
the NFL, man, to put him in the concussion protocol. Because I'm telling you, when I get him up there, I don't have to worry about it. When I get him to the boat, I just reach down and down. Ain't no more jumping. Because he's sitting there like this. He don't know what happened.
it's no stick or twig, you know.
That's it.
Oh goodness, guys, goodness.
So that's the thing. Sometimes you roll up. You have to be able to roll up to a spot and determine from skills. Okay. Okay, like Bob
Where is
said,
that at?
okay, you have to have some skill to be able to assess the situation.
Is this the kind of net that MoneyBass uses for them sticks?
Oh, come on.
Hey,
you even know what that is.
Hey, Harry, he can put two of his fish in there. He's pick them up two at a time.
All right. We're gonna see about that. Look, me and Vernon gonna come out there and handle some business. Vernon says, MoneyBass, if I wasn't at work, I'd come in on the live stream and ride with you. Now that's what I'm talking about. That's what
that
I'm
ride about to have a wreck. So you don't want to.
That'd be a long ride back. You get the Hawk and me together, it's over.
Game over.
See, I don't know. I'm gonna have to go ahead and just finalize that this weekend. Cause wait a minute, guys. Let me tell you something. Gunnersville is Chicken Hawk's home lake.
It's not my home lake.
Oh, wait a minute. How you gonna deny your lake?
It's not my home lake. I just moved here.
We don't want to hear no excuses, man.
But it doesn't matter. It's water, right? It's wet over there.
Because listen, there's somebody that might be listening that knows that this is your home lake. You never know who's on these live streams.
Hey, Chicken Hawk, you need to go back and watch the first video that I came on with you. There were 3 baits we was talking about when he was talking about that little stick and that thought was a fish.
Right.
One of them 3 baits is the money bait down here this time of year.
It ain't gonna help him.
Oh yeah, it would.
It's not
old
gonna
school.
Help him. It's not gonna help him.
And if he don't get it done, I'm going to have to come down there. So we'll bring the big stick out. I'm coming down here next year, so we're going to have to hook up, Lord willing.
All right. Yeah, definitely.
Definitely.
That'll work. Man, let me see how long, man. We've been going over 2 hours. All right, Harry, I appreciate you coming up. I'm going to drop you down, and it looks like somebody else wants to hop in real quick. They might want to shout out something to Chicken Hawk.
Who?
But I appreciate it.
Thanks,
I appreciate it. But yeah.
See you later, Harry.
All right, Harry. See you later. Appreciate it. All right, now who else do we have coming into this live stream? We have DP. What do you?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can see you.
What's up, Chicken Hawk?
What's going on?
What's up, Chicken Hawk? Hey man, look. I put you on Fish on Lake Sinclair, so
you did.
I appreciate you come pick me up when my motor blew up, but you wouldn't have took that money home if it wasn't for me. So don't I'm not gonna put you out there, but that's all I'm gonna say.
Hey,
the reason why I got back on, Ryan, is this. A lot of guys forgot about this. And you got to be really old school to know it. The paper graph. The paper graph showed way better than the forward-facing sonar. It showed a leaf on a tree. It showed the whole tree way better than Garmin is now. Garmin, I love my Mega lot. Don't get me wrong. But Garmin's got the best for right now. They get the best forward-facing sonar. But paper graph showed better than that. But guess who made the paper graph? Humminbird. Now, I'm going to say this. If Humminbird will come up with the technology of the paper graph, then, and only then, Randy Blockett may have a reasonable fight. A lot of guys don't know about paper graph. DNR still use it. It's just that good. But it's hard to get the paper and the ink. Because you had to have ink like a printer. You had to get. A lot of guys don't know about that, the paper graph. Paper graph was the cat's meow, if you know what I'm talking about. A lot of people... But when a lot of the old school guys know what I'm talking about.
So when you're saying paper graph, what is that? I don't even know what that is, because you're not talking about a map.
No, it's not a map. It was a unit that had paper on it, and what it did, he had these pins that ran up and drew what you was going over. It was just like it was like the down scan we got today, but better. It showed detail, way better detail than downscan do today. It showed every branch. Don't get me wrong, downscan, side scan, and forward-facing sonar show branches. I'm talking about every branch, every little piece that come off the branch. It showed it on there. It showed the image of the fish. You could tell how big the fish was by just looking at the graph. The paper graph. Look it up, guys. Look it up. A lot of guys, that was the original forward-facing sonar, even though it was downscan. If they could bring that technology to forward-facing sonar, woo, Lord have mercy. You think you pissed off about forward-facing sonar now? You will be really mad about that, but you don't hear Randy saying nothing about it. And it's old films that Randy had that on his fishing. I got old tapes, videotapes of Randy. And like I said, I'm not talking bad about the man. I love that man. I respect him. But a lot of stuff that he says, everybody, you can disagree to agree. Okay. Now,
gotcha.
I'm done with that. Chicken Hawk.
Yeah, man.
You talking all that smack. You trying to bring your boy in to come down there and fish. Now, if he want to come down there and fish on Gunnersville, I'll come down there and back Ryan up. He a rod bender. He a rod bender. I got to back him up. You bring somebody. If you're going to go one-on-one with him, I'll let it go.
DP,
we got the money team stepping into the building.
I don't want you to get hit with what I got for this dude right here. Okay. Don't
okay, I got you, but
catch none of this.
I got what you're saying, but you know what? if you're talking to me, now, if you on my boat, there's only one thing you're gonna be doing, and it's getting the net.
Oh,
So let's keep it real. Let's keep it real now. Come on. If you want me to go there, I can go there.
Like I said, you put me on some fish on Sinclair, and Mr. Money over here should probably be a little upset with you because that
on Lake Sinclair.
That was part of what got my foot stuck in it. See what I'm saying? When you put me on those fish, he came in with 0.78 pound fish, and I came in with a bag. So you know. Okay. Well, then I'll retract what I said. I apologize because I was going to put you on the fish. I apologize. So apologize that
I did
for him taking him.
No. I apologize to you. I didn't apologize to him. And Ryan had beat me in a bunch of tournaments, but I also had beat Ryan in a bunch of tournaments. And I'm gonna keep it like that.
You saw Chicken Hawk.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is this: if the other guy is willing to come in and help you, then I'm a rod bender. Rod benders stick together. We're family.
I'm a rod bender.
I know you are. I know you are, but you relocated. You relocated. You're not fishing the tournaments no more. You ain't fishing the tournaments no more. Well, I'm not fishing the tournaments no more either. Right now, my back went out on me, so I'm not. I took a leave of absence, but I am.
Go out on him. After I put this up on his back on me, he'd be like, "Oh Lord."
No, I mean, I'm not gonna set the back that. I'm not gonna set the hook that hard. I'm not gonna set the hook that hard to where it's gonna hurt my back. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and finesse them.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, man, how things are, the technology. When I came into the rod benders, it was like this. The guy that brought me to the club said this: don't ask questions, watch and learn. Watch the guy and see what he do. Watch the areas he go. And most importantly, learn how to get back. See, this is one of the most important things a lot of guys don't understand. When you're on a boat with another guy, and that other guy is a non-boater, if something happened to the boater and you didn't teach that guy how to drive the boat to get you back, then you're going to die out there on that lake. You're going to die. So, and the next most important thing is you got to be able to teach people. When I taught Ryan how to skip, and a lot of guys in the club mad at me now because I didn't teach a lot of.
Hold on. You taught him how to skip?
I taught him how to skip during a tournament.
Oh, he didn't tell nobody that part.
I just told everybody that.
I
told him that a few times.
During a tournament. And listen, that's when Ryan was a drop shot king. Ryan should have won that tournament. I'll be honest. He should have won that tournament. He was fishing a drop shot with a black finesse worm, Zoom finesse worm.
That's right.
And he had it in a pouch. He had it in a Ziploc bag. Now, I ain't going to tell you what he had in there, but he told me. I'm not going to put that out there. I let him do that. But the fish were coming up, biting the tail of the worm, holding on to it. Ryan was setting the hook. Okay? Which, me being a senior angler, I figured out what was going on. They wanted the color black. Okay? So, but the water was really stained. So, I went way up the river. I had a 225. I went way up the river and started skipping the docks. And Ryan, he was so impressed with skipping, he wasn't trying to catch fish no more. He was just happy to skip it up under the dock. Meanwhile, I was catching fish.
I mean,
I took third place in the tournament.
But that's what happens when you don't have skills. You
correct. That's correct.
Enjoy, like you get a kid out.
That's correct.
You see what I'm
That's
saying?
correct. But that was then, and this is now. That man going on his second angler of the year.
Oh man, I haven't been out there.
Oh, I'm sorry, third. Oh, excuse me. I've been corrected. I
haven't been out there. So you got to put an asterisk beside that.
Hey, look, we got
Yeah,
LL. Look real quick. We got LL Justice jumping in here. What does that say? I think we need to see a little mini tournament for bragging rights. Well, LL Justice. All right, so LL, that's exactly what we're talking about. We're going to be on Lake Gunnersville this
I'm
weekend.
I'm gonna say this to everybody that's watching. Any day, any time of the week, anybody can be beat. Anybody. Based on MLF has got it. They got it down pat, because you go out there, it is hard to catch fish as much as they do. Guys, I'm gonna tell you, what they do for somebody like me, I couldn't do it unless I stayed on the water.
Yeah, and I mean, and what you said is, I mean, you said any day, anytime, anybody can be beat. That's what you said, right?
They can.
But I mean, that's partially true. But I would just change that, because every day, anytime, Chicken Hawk can be beat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, I'm not. Hey, listen, I'm not. Listen, I only got on here to back up Ryan. If you're gonna bring a third person, I'm a Rob Bender. I'll back him up. But if it's one-on-one, Chicken Hawk, you on your own, man.
Oh, I'm gonna handle that. I'm gonna handle that.
You on your own. But I say this: if y'all, whenever y'all gonna go and have a one-on-one, I'm gonna go and judge it. I'm gonna be right there. I want to be right there and watch it.
Chicken Hawk don't want no one-on-one. Look, here, look, Harry says, look, he got Harry in here. Harry says, I got your back, Chicken Hawk. The pump out valves on my boat is for MoneyBass tears. You see that? You see how I just get treated on my own live stream.
Hey, man, hey, listen. Listen, Ryan. You know what the old people say?
What they say?
A hit dog will holler. A hit dog will holler. A hit dog will holler.
That's right.
When they know their man is losing, they gonna speak up for him.
Oh, what? Hey, did you right? That's why you jumped on the live. There it is.
I jumped on the live because it was two against one. I jumped on the live because it was 2 against 1. It ain't it wasn't fair. That wasn't fair.
Look,
now it was okay when you was bashing him when you was by yourself and you had to commentate. I'm gonna say this. I ain't gonna say commentators, and I'm gonna keep it clean. I'm gonna say your cheerleaders from the sideline. Now let me ask you this. No, I was gonna say something. I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't want nobody texting me and getting mad at me and nothing like that, because I can be real. So, but I mean, you tell your followers, hey, DP for real. I ain't won no Angler of the Year, but I can fish.
That's right.
Yeah, you can fish. You can fish.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I never said you couldn't fish.
I didn't say that. That's not the reason why I was here.
But all I'm saying is it just so happens when I'm around, that dude over there has some problems. So what we used to call that back when I was growing up, pressure busts a pipe. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I get on him.
You know what we used to call it back in the day?
What y'all call it?
We would put a stick on our shoulder until you knock it off. We would draw a line on in the dirt until you cross the line.
There it is.
Now I'm telling my age, but
hey, you know
it's
we
meaning
used to
the
say?
same thing.
You know what we used to
it's
say?
It's the same.
No, we used to say nothing stopping you but an opportunity.
There you go. Yeah. There you go.
Out the way for you. There you go.
Hey.
That's how we do.
Hey, look, guys. So who is this sliding into the live stream right here? I fish, I cook. Get right, Chicken Hawk. Let's go.
Oh, he done froze up. He done froze up.
Who is that? Ain't no freezing over here.
That's my boy. Leave my boy alone now.
You know who that is? You know who that is?
Don't you worry about it. I know who it is. Do you know who it is?
Oh goodness.
To the
Look
white
at him.
meat,
Look
baby.
at him. Baddest one touch. Look at that. Look at that. Look at, he got his peoples in here. Harry said, enjoy the lives and hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't. That's right, people. Hit the live. I mean, hit the subscribe and
Look
the
at
like
y'all
button if you
got
already have.
y'all
Yeah.
stumbling all
You
over
know,
your words.
to be honest, guy, I hate to say this, but I had Lowrance at one point in time, but I switched to Humminbird. But again, I did not know that Lowrance was going to come out like they did. Right now, Lowrance can see farther than anybody. Their units can see out farther than anybody, see images. But the best picture right now is Garmin. Now, I don't have no sponsors or nothing like that. I just do my due diligence and research it. Right now, Garmin got the best picture. Lowrance can see out farther. But Humminbird's catching up. They catching up, and I'm glad they got the one boat network. Every unit can talk to it. Even your trolling motor, even your 360, even your LiveScope, all talks to each other.
There you go.
Lowrance has that minus the 360, right? Lowrance has all
right.
That.
Yeah, they do now, but but they got to catch up. And I ain't talking about putting it on French fries either.
Well, look, this is what I want to hear. So Steve Ray says Randy needs to drop this discussion, period. We have entered a new age of technology. Now, I want to hear what Chicken Hawk has to say about this, because he might have a little different perspective on this. So what do you think about the whole let's ban live imaging?
I'm for banning it.
And why is that?
Because ultimately, man, you want it's other skills that go into this. Now, understand you're not actually good at those skills. So you
all right, well, hold on, because let me go ahead and ring the bell. Hey, DP, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down so we can go ahead and put the gloves on. Me and Chicken Hawk about to do some swinging. But I appreciate
Okay, hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. Let me say this before I go. Say it before I go. He's against it, right?
That's right.
He's against live, but let me say this. If you don't have a skill set to read what you're looking at,
well, true,
it's not going to do you any good anyway.
You're absolutely right. But what it does is, so if you go head to head, your skills, right, at fishing,
right.
If you have live, then you're always, if you're smart about it, you're always
okay. Hold on, let me say this. Let me ask you this question. It's a yes or no question. Then Ryan, you can cut me off. Then you can handle from there.
All right.
Just because you can see the fish, does it mean you're going to catch them?
No, it doesn't. But what it does mean.
Okay, Ryan, cut me on off. You can go and handle from here.
All right, man. We'll see you
later. Go ahead and cut me off.
You can handle from here. He got to get some of this. He got to get some of this. No, the bottom line, yes, just because you can see the fish doesn't mean you're going to catch them. But you see the fish, that means you are throwing toward fish.
Okay.
And throwing toward fish. And if you're watching your live, you're seeing that if they're reacting. So now you can make a quicker decision to stop wasting time there and maybe go somewhere else. And you're always going to fish where there are fish. Okay. So you compete against people who are using other skills that are their skills to find fish, to figure things out, to read the environment, all of these type of things. And it's more fishing. So yes. So basically, when I come out there and I beat you, okay, then the realization that you have wasted a lot of money is going to hit.
Oh, that's when it's going to hit.
Hard. It's going to hit hard. So I want your subscribers to stay around, because there's going to be an equipment sale pretty soon where I think you can get some good prices on.
Actually,
better than that one.
Actually, there is an equipment sale.
No, we're gonna be able to get. You're gonna be able to get live images. You're gonna be able to get a couple of what you had that 12. You be able to get all that.
All right. So look, let's get back to the question at hand. The question at hand is the what? Well, hold on. Let me just look at these things real quick, because I have a few more comments that's popped up here. Let's see. Harry says, don't sing it, just bring it. Respect everyone and fear no one. The minnow net. All right. Let me see then. I fish, I cook, baddest one touch. Harry said, I was singing your praises earlier, DP. Now you're gonna be like that. I appreciate the channel. All right. I fish, I cook says, I don't have either one and still kicking butt, rocking old school Humminbird 8 series and Lowrance. It sounds like he on your boat. That's what you have, ain't it?
Hey, no, you know I'm Humminbird now, but that's my boy.
All right, and then he says, ain't that right, chicken hawk?
That is right. That is right.
You all letting him win. All right, and then Harry says, truth, DP, anyone can be beat on any given day, and Chicken Hawk can be beat every day. All right, I agree. There we go. All right, so the why. So you said yes, you think live imaging should be banned. Why?
Well, because like I think it gives again, when you look at other sports, right?
Okay.
And like I always tell you, like you look at NASCAR, right?
Mm-hmm.
NASCAR, there's technology there, but that technology is even across the board.
It is?
It's regulated. Yeah, it's regulated.
Okay.
And so, I mean, you competing.
So everybody has the same equipment. Everybody has the same equipment.
Everybody has to meet those specific.
Everything is all equal except for the person driving the car.
That's right. So it brings it down to the skill set.
So they don't have different brands of tires?
Yes, they do. But what I'm saying is, look, what I'm trying to explain to you is,
okay,
you have those options. So but in fishing now, and you can have that here too. You know, everybody can go out and buy live. Everybody can spend the time, and I guess that will be the equalizer, right? Everybody goes out, buy live. Everybody spends the time to learn how to use it. And then at that point,
but wait a minute. But you said everybody spends the time. That's skill. That's time, effort, and skill. That time that you're talking about. You just saying it like that. You're saying it like that's nothing. So how can somebody that spends 50 hours on the water be compared to somebody who spends 3?
Because the skill comes in catching. That's where the skill comes in, to catch the fish.
Catching?
Catch the fish, yeah.
So there ain't no skill in somebody that may ride across a school of fish and see it on the screen and don't know what they looking at.
No,
somebody else see it. So there's no, but is there skill in that? Is there skill in that?
I wouldn't call that a skill.
You wouldn't call that a skill? Do we need to pull out the dictionary?
You see some guys who's like, okay, there's some fish. I'm gonna get up and throw back at them.
Oh, it's just that easy.
I've done it that way. Yes, sir. Listen, I rode across a school of fish, and I'm like, man, that's
we're not talking about brim fishing.
I wasn't talking about brim fishing, and I think that was one that I beat you on. But I stood up in the boat. I stood in the boat, got up, went to the back of the boat, let the boat continue to drift, threw my crankbait back behind it, 2 rips through it, boom, set the hook. And again, if they get on my hook, you know where they end up. Okay. So that made it to the live well, had to go for a ride. But what I'm trying to say to you is that skill set, like if I want to, if we fighting, right? Your skill set against my skill set, we go hand to hand, right? But if you go get a bat, you go get all these other little things to kind of help you out because you don't have these. Because that's what happens. When people don't have something, they got to go get something else. So that's what
but hold on, wait a minute. You're saying if one person has a bat, that would mean that the other person has access to a bat too. But if somebody does not have the skills, if somebody does not have the skills to use the equipment and gear that they have access to, and they like, hey, hold on, I don't want to use that because I'm not as good at using that.
No,
so you come back down to where I am. But listen. So the question that I was asking is why, and you're saying that because someone else says so that everyone has the same chance, so that everybody's on an equal playing field. Is that what your argument is about why live imaging should be banned? Is that it?
Yes. Well, mine is yes on the same plane, and it brings it back to the skill set of the fisherman. Because if we both can see fish, right? If we both have live, and now if I have live and I don't learn it, then that's on me. But if I learn it and I can go out there with you, and you can go somewhere, I go somewhere, and we're both seeing fish, and I will now it comes back to our skill sets, how we approach this, how do we.
So if we both have it,
right?
Then, okay.
So we both have it, and then at that point, then I can go out. Then it comes back to the fisherman, and you making decisions, making time decisions on how long to stay in a spot. Because now you can see the fish and you can see how they're reacting to it. So now that factors in, you got to make a decision.
Right.
Fish not move. Do I switch the bait? Do I move on?
But hold on. So we haven't even made it that far yet. So you're saying to all be on the same playing field. So if we both have it, so if we both have access to it and we can both have it, and somebody says, well, no, I'm going to say I don't want it because I do not want to compete against you with having that. Because now when you strip that away, now let's back it down to 360. Now what's the problem? Why would you be okay with banning live imaging but not banning the 360? Because if you don't have it and you're like, well, no, I'm not going to get that either. I want you to step it back down another step further and get rid of your 360.
It's not saying I'm not going to get it.
Okay, so if you're going to get it, then what's the problem? I don't know why ban it if you're going to get it. I still don't understand.
Because I just think it takes away from the sport. Now,
does 360 take away from the sport?
I don't think as much.
Oh, but it does, because it's a yes or no question.
Well,
does it take away?
I mean, it takes away some, because
So why are you okay with taking away some?
No, my point is this. Is that when if it's just going back to straight fishing, I got mapping to find my way around the lake. And in fact, when I was growing up, we used to, in the bayous of Louisiana, we used to use trees to understand where we were going. We didn't even have mapping.
Man, we ain't talking about catching no crawfish and crabs.
Hey, man, don't you worry about it. When we catch the monsters down there, and I got some spots I can drop you off, and we'll handle all these problems. But don't worry about that.
So, but listen, so you're saying that it takes away from fishing. And what it sounds like you're referring to is earlier what someone says is we're talking about pure fishing. To what it is to see who is the better fisherman, pure fisherman.
Correct.
What is your definition of that, of pure fishing? What is that?
Pure fishing to me is able to a fisherman that is basically you're becoming one with nature, right? You're being able to figure out fish patterns. You're being able to figure these things out without having to see the fish, but I can figure out. I'm reading reactions. I'm reading when things are happening. You got full moon overnight. Fish eat all night. So it may be tough that day. Okay. You go to certain banks where they have lights. There's probably fish down there. So, it's just those type of things. So you're reading the elements of the environment, and then you're having to make more decisions. You're having to fish those things and determine whether to stay, to go, or whatever. And so now it's strictly to the fisherman.
Gotcha.
But if I'm putting you on top of a fish and say there's fish right over there. Okay, so you could throw. Yeah, you may.
And what are you throwing? Just give me So you're saying you see the fish?
I mean,
and you
look,
throw.
if you throw a wacky, if you throw a wacky worm,
Okay.
I mean, look, if a fish eating, he gonna bite it. That's just bottom line. That's just the bottom line.
Okay. So all them
And
times
so-
where you threw it and it didn't catch anything, it was just because it was the fish's fault. The fish
wasn't no fish there. Wasn't no fish there. But
But
I didn't have an arrow.
So, okay, so this is the thing. So you're saying that it's okay for it to not be level for other things, but the live imaging
No.
makes it. You're
No.
saying you're not okay with that, but you're okay with
No,
with
I'm
sonar.
not okay with. I'm not okay with. I'm just saying, if you want to go back to pure fishing,
Mhm.
if you want to go back to pure fishing,
Okay, yeah. So let's talk about that. So the pure fishing is
So-
what? So now, so let's just start off from the beginning. Pure fishing, because that is the thing that we asked earlier before you were on the live stream. So
Mhm.
pure fishing, you have two fishermen standing side by side. All they have on is their pants, shoes, and shirt, and got the hat on. They standing there. Where
Right.
are we at with pure fishing? What is that from that standpoint?
I mean, you're gonna say that the difference in the poles and all
No,
that.
don't worry about me. I'm saying, what are you saying? Because we are trying to get on the same playing field as what is pure. Because someone said that in the live stream. That's what they said, and that's what we were trying to figure out: is what is the definition of pure fishing? And that was one of the problems.
Okay, so true pure fishing
Okay.
would probably be. Again, I have to use my NASCAR example.
Just
Right.
use fishing.
No, I'm saying it from the standpoint of that there would be regulations to say there's certain type of composites you can
But
use.
we're making the regulations right
Okay,
now. There's
so
two
there's
people
certain
standing
type-
side by side.
So
What
there's
is pure
certain
fishing?
type of composites you can use in fishing poles.
Okay.
There's
So you're gonna hand them each the same fishing poles, is what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying you can have multiple manufacturers, but they have to manufacture to specifications for it to be legal. And that's what I'm saying. It's like,
So let's say this person
even
over
on
here
boats,
has,
like right now, you have that in terms. You can't have a motor bigger than a 250.
right? But what if somebody can't afford a 250 and they have a 150? Is that pure fishing? If you fishing against somebody with a 250 and you have a 150,
And they may not be running too far. But the point is,
right? So they're not running too far, but they're on a lake where there's a lot of activity on a Saturday, and they 150 is not going to get them far enough out of the way to where they can run a river and make it back to the weigh-in in time. So they are limited. So is that pure fishing when you're in that 250 and somebody else is in the 150?
So what I'm saying is that if that is the standard or the spec, you have to be able to live up to the spec. That's why everybody doesn't run NASCAR, right? Because you can't afford. There is certain things that are allowable, but you may not even be able to afford it. So because of that, you just don't participate in NASCAR.
Right. So everything that's allowed in NASCAR that they have access to, they all have it. So there's not like this is the highest levels of equipment that you can use, and then somebody just says, well, I ain't gonna use that, or they just don't get it. Are you saying that they all?
I have yet to see that.
So they all go ahead. So whatever they have access to, they obtain that and they use it. So if this one has a certain starter or a certain,
I know where you're walking. So yes.
But I'm trying to follow the logic.
And it's the same thing.
Listen. So in this sport, which is a sport that is based on finances, which is based on companies that are going to give you the best gear and the best possibilities of having fish. So with NASCAR, they give you all of that, safety wise, speed wise, everything. They give you access to that. How many NASCAR drivers have access to this and they say, I'm not going to do it? I'm not going to do that.
You're right.
So then if you want to bring that and compare it to NASCAR, and here they're saying these are the things you have a 250. Why is somebody gonna say, well, I don't think we should have 250? It's gonna pollute the earth. You understand what I'm saying? So
I get that.
If this is what they are allowing you to have, and now you say, hey, I don't agree with that. Why would somebody do that?
Because the only reason I think somebody would do that, and like I said, in this particular case, is that yes, everybody can get that, but you're taking away from the true sport. I'm not saying.
So okay, so let me.
I'm saying that if we all had it, let's say we all had it, then great. We all had it, right? So now the playing field is equal. So at that point,
so listen. So check this out. So with NASCAR, the skill comes in being able to turn that wheel and the steer. And let's just say it's something where they're doing a figure 8 racetrack or whatever. There's skill in being able to control and turn that steering wheel. So as soon as they put power steering in there, they are taking away from the skill of that participant. As soon as they add tires that actually stick to the tracks, because those tracks are shaped like a bowl. So as soon as they add those tires on there to where they ain't gonna go skidding and flying off of the thing, they have taken away from that skill of that person to be able to maintain their traction and to stay on that track without that enhancement of those tires, that enhancement of that extra steering. So is it true driving now? I mean, you're talking about NASCAR, but that's not even true skill because they're giving these enhancements to them.
Yes, they are. So the sport is enhancing, right? And so yes, you can, again, like I said, if we were in fishing and we just said everybody had it, and then everybody goes out and get it. Okay. And then, like I said, people take the time. Then you'll get back to a true. Now I'm wondering. I'm saying, okay, that's a better fisherman than this other person. But right now, you can't say that. You can't say.
So tell me at what point that you know of in the history of tournament bass fishing where that was the case. Because I'm trying to understand where we're starting from with the pure fishing thing. Because we started with the two anglers standing there side by side. But as soon as you give this one a composite rod and this one has a rod from Walmart, is it skill now? This person over here is having a hard time keeping their fish on the hook because they don't have the right type of pole to throw that crankbait, but this guy does. So is that skill?
Well, we can't use that because I'll beat you with a Walmart.
Oh, so now we can't use that.
I mean, I beat you with a Walmart rod.
I use Walmart rod, so I don't know how that happened. So how about that?
Hey, I beat you with that rod I bought from you. The one you thought was broke.
Listen, how you do all of this and you've only beat me one time in 10 years? So I don't know how this is happening or where this is coming from. But listen to what I'm saying. You have two fishermen and you are talking about pure fishermen. Who has the best skill? You give this one a $500 glass rod or whatever. And this guy over here, he's out here cutting grass and everything, trying to afford to even get a fishing rod. He does not have that. He's over here with a $50 rod. This guy with the $500 rod, he's keeping his fish on. He's bringing them to the boat. I don't know if you know it, but you're froze up. So I might have to drop you out and bring you back in. It may be the location that you're at. So let me see. Can you still hear me? Because you locked up bad. And I think you did it on purpose. I think you locked yourself up whenever you heard this heat coming on, because I'm trying to understand what it is you're saying. Let me put that link back in there again for Chicken Hawk. So y'all saw that. Let me see. Let me just look at some of the comments real quick while we wait for Chicken Hawk to come back on here. All right, hold on, guys. Let me just find it real quick. Okay, here we go. So we have LL Justice says, let's see where to go. Tournament wise, don't these top guys already have the skills already? They got there somehow, right? So if they all have live sonar, aren't they all on the same playing field? That's right. I mean, that's what I'm basically trying to understand, because if they have access to it, even if he's saying NASCAR, they say, well, hey, these are the highest grade of tires you can get. And somebody says, well, hey, I'm not going to use those. Then what is that? Why would somebody say they're not going to use what is accessible to them? All right, let me go ahead and bring Chicken Hawk back up here. All right, here we go. We got Chicken Hawk coming back in here.
Hey man, what you do? What'd you do to my internet?
You ran off. Everybody look at the comments. They're like, oh, Chicken Hawk is gone. Where'd he go? They hitting all the sounds. Chicken Hawk running off. All right, look, let me just read a few of these comments. Goodness gracious, they in the comments, boy. Okay, let's see. So Academic says football, basketball, hockey, baseball, etc. The huge franchise sports are about people watching other people in real human situations, trying to cope without technical aid. That's not true, because they do have advances in tech. There's even technology advancements in shoes, man. I mean, why are you looking like, that? I mean, it's like in track, even in track, you go and buy a certain type of shoe or a certain type of uniform and run against somebody who has something better. I mean, I ran track, you play football, even their helmets. You gonna play with your helmet that's not advanced to the highest set of where those helmets are at now versus somebody who's wearing around with a little piece of leather on their head.
But everybody's playing with that helmet. That's the point.
But there's some people that's like, I'm not going to use that helmet. I'm not going to I don't want a face mask on my helmet and get their nose knocked off and then want to complain about the people who do use what is available to them.
The league defines, again, it defines specifications.
Right, and this league has defined the specifications. Look, let me read through. Let me read through these real quick, and then we're gonna come back to the question. So Michael says the human brain is what set good anglers from great anglers. The anglers must process what they see on live imaging. So whether you have electronics or not, yes, it is still going to be a skill set. As you throw more and more gear in there, people still have a skill set because you have to learn new stuff. It's advancing. All right, he says if you're smarter than me, is that unfair? So if you got a bigger brain, is that unfair? All right, let's see. So, we have some.
Let me answer that.
Okay.
Let me answer that. So basically, it comes back. There you go. You come back to the fisherman. Like that's like
to the skill.
If I'm playing basketball with you, if I'm better than you, if I have more skill than you, then
right. If you're 6'9" and I'm 5'2",
then I'm maybe, but you got people like Spud Webb, you got AI.
Right, yeah. So you just born with some advantages. Yes, so some people are born with that better instinct than others when it comes to pure fishing, is what we were trying to get to. But we're starting to see that what y'all are talking about, it does not exist. And you can't even say when it.
Comment. Please read the next comment.
Hold on. So it's not on this one right here. It's not on the end. Let me see. It's not the end all be all, but it's kind of like video game fishing. Okay. So what's the? I don't understand. I don't understand. Okay. All right. So I Fish I Cook says, I don't think it should be banned. Just an idea. Maybe the leagues do need to regulate number of screens and technology.
That's my point.
Let me hear you speak on that point.
I'm just saying there needs to be. So if you're in a league, then there should be regulations, right? Mm-hmm. And so, because what's to stop me from just getting, those underwater cameras? So
right.
Why can't I go with an underwater camera?
You can get one of those this weekend. Go ahead. Hey, Chicken Hawk can get an underwater camera for this weekend, and I'm still gonna take it to the head.
You are gonna take it to the head.
That's
I'm bringing it to the bed.
So, but listen, this is the thing. So he said maybe the leagues do need to regulate the number of screens and technology, but that means it's still going to be allowed. So the question still remains: what is pure fishing? And it's not even about pure fishing, is my point. Because as soon as they do not have the exact same equipment, you can't have somebody over here with KVD brand baits and somebody else over here with $25 and $50 crankbaits from MoneyBass and stuff like that. How does that become that person's skill? If somebody over here is fishing with a $5 jerk bait and this person over here has a $30 jerk bait and a $500 rod,
is that there is the regulations, and that's kind of what I'm saying about NASCAR, is that the regulations are there as to what can be done. Now, there's different manufacturers that are trying to put their different twist on it, but they have to go within regulations and they have to go with their specifications. So now you may choose one over the other because you think it got a little different twist to it, a little different whatever. You're trying to find your little bit of competitive advantage, right?
I hear you, but you're not answering my question.
But it's so close. That's just like, for example, you can have live. If the answer is to have live imaging, then you can have Garmin, you can have Mega Live, you can have Lowrance, and so at that point, then there's three different brands, right?
Okay, so check
But they
this
working
out.
within the
Check this out.
specifications.
Check this out. Since we're gonna, but I still want to come back to this other point though. So if you have 3 anglers, all with the exact same skill set, they're cloned some type of way, but you give one Humminbird Mega Live, you give one Garmin LiveScope, and the other one Lowrance Active Target. Is that going to show off their skill set if those 3 units are not equal? One of them is better than, in some instance, one may see further distance, one may be better at closer ranges. Another one may be, I mean, I don't know, but they're just not equal. But the skill sets of the anglers are the same, but they don't have the same equipment. So how is that going to be pure to determine who is the best angler if they do not have the same equipment? I just want to throw that out there, but I want to go back to my point. If this person has a $50 rod that they bought from Walmart and a $5 jerk bait that they bought from Walmart, and that's all they have, is that is the equipment they have, and this person over here has a $500 rod that is made specifically for jerk baits, and they have $25 to $50 Mega Bass jerk baits, but the skill level of those 2 anglers are the same. Which one are you going to put your money on? Which one of those 2 anglers?
I have to think about it.
You really do have to think about that.
I have to think about it.
If you take 2 race car drivers and you put one in a Lamborghini and you put one in a Honda Accord, do you got to think about it?
Well, that's different.
How's that a $500 rod with $50 Mega Bass lures versus a Walmart rod? They don't have specifically made jerk
I
bait.
didn't know that the fish were bougie. So
You did.
I don't
Okay,
know.
so now
That's
okay, so hold on.
That's that Walmart bait.
Yeah,
No.
so let me just ask you this. So what you're saying is there's no difference in technology or anything between that Walmart.
No, there is some. Now I'm gonna tell you something, because I got a Walmart bait that I will beat you down with.
I hear you, but I see how you're avoiding the question.
No, but what I'm saying,
I hear how I am repeatedly asking the same question, and you will not answer it. Now you are saying that you have to think about whether a $500 specifically made rod for a specific bait. It's not made for anything else but that. Anything is a $500 rod. You're saying you have to think about whether you think that is going to be better than a Walmart rod. They do not make a specific rod for that bait. You going to go up there and you buy the rod, shake that thing around and be like, I think this will work when you go and buy those. So you saying you have to think about it. And you being honest with this. What do you, let me see in the chat. Well, let me see in the comment section. Does anybody in the comments have to think about that? Does anybody in the comments have to think about if a $500 specifically custom-made rod versus a Walmart rod versus Mega Bass baits versus Walmart baits? Who has to think about that? I have to think about it. Just put it in the comments. Who has to think about that? Are you still thinking, Chicken Hawk? Come on, man. Sit up, man. Talk to me. Talk to me.
Okay. Obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't say obviously, really. I mean, it's not even about the dollar amount.
Okay.
But in some cases,
quality. Okay.
The quality. Sometimes, because you can get a lesser value rod that has very, very high quality.
Okay.
Okay. So the point is that, yeah.
So we're talking about this Walmart rod.
Yeah.
Okay.
You might have this Walmart rod.
So you can go in there and get the Walmart rod that's about $19.99 and it's high quality in comparison to the $500 tested custom rod made specifically for a certain bait. You're saying that there's a just those. Hold on, let me get my hands right. You're saying that those are equivalent?
No, I'm not saying they're actually equivalent.
So what are you saying? Okay, let me ask you this then. Since you don't, obviously, folks, he does not want to answer that. So let me ask you this. You have one fisherman here with a certain level of skill sets, right?
Okay.
And you have another one here with the exact same skill set.
Right.
Who's going to win?
You don't know because it depends on
you
how
don't know because they're the exact same skill set.
Yes, because of skill set, but then you have to apply that skill set.
Who would you put your money on? Who would you put your money on?
I don't know.
That's right. You don't know. Now you give this one over here a Walmart rod, and you give this one that $500 rod with the MegaBass jerkbait and the Walmart jerkbait over here. Who are you gonna put your money on?
I still really don't know because I don't believe.
Okay, let me hear it.
Okay, so you're trying to tell me that you believe that the price of a bait.
It's not what I said, but come on, man.
I mean,
come on, man. You know that's not even the point. You know that's not the point.
It goes into the point. It goes into the point. So my point is this: the skill set of the fisherman is going to put the bait in front of the fish.
Okay.
Okay, that's the skill set of the fisherman.
Right. So you put that bait in front of the fish that's running crooked and sideways, thing turning upside down, versus the guy that has the MegaBass bait. And you're saying what again?
And what I'm saying is, if you put it in front of the fish might have a reaction bite. So, and so the thing is that you just at that point the bait doesn't make that big of a difference. It's the skill set of putting.
So I understand. You're saying the quality of the equipment does not make a difference. Everything else being the same, that does not make a difference. So companies like MegaBass and companies that are building these $500 rods versus somebody just walks into Walmart and buy it, they're really wasting their money by buying all of this upgraded and custom stuff. Because in the end, don't even matter. It's just the fisherman.
But they're not. Are they always winning when they go out and buy? How many people on your live on the stream right now have $500 baits? Have all these baits, and then you have to ask them, how many tournaments have you won?
Really? You have to ask all of that to see if inferior equipment is it going to be equivalent. No. You really have to ask that.
I'm saying you can find gems. You can find gems in places. A lot of times with a lot of the high price equipment, you'll have it where people have bought this and fish seeing this all the time. And then you get something out of some rinky-dink store and come out there and kill them. How many times have we heard they had some people have had baits with one eye out and all this kind of stuff.
So just let me ask you this though. Are you being serious when you're saying that you don't know, you can't distinguish between qualities of equipment? You're being serious
between qualities of equipment,
but you're saying it doesn't make a difference.
I'm saying that it can in some cases, but then it may be a case where it doesn't.
What is
it? Just really depends. It just really depends. Again, like I said, if I'm doing,
but listen to what you're saying, because a 10-year-old sometimes they can beat a 30-year-old.
No, they can't.
I mean, they can't.
No, they can't.
Oh, you didn't realize that 10-year-old had that 44 in their hand. So they can. So why are you using examples like that? I'm lost because you're saying it with a serious face, and I'm trying to see, are you being serious that you really don't see the difference between quality of gear? Okay. So even in fishing line, let me just ask you this then. So even in fishing line, do you think there are different qualities and grades in fishing line to where it makes a difference, to where if somebody has some inferior line and let's say they're throwing a jig on some type of hybrid monofilament where this other person has the funds or access to this higher quality braid, and that is what they're out there fishing with. They have the same skill set, but their equipment is not the same. So he's over here fishing the fish in grass, and this guy's fishing with braid, and this guy's fishing with monofilament. So they both have equipment.
But in that case, okay, So you're going to where I was going to go. It depends on the situation. So
the fish are in grass. But
I mean, to me, obviously
just,
the stronger braid is going to help.
It's just hard, man. It's hard to even start off this thing with you. You won't acknowledge that there's a difference, and you won't say that. So let me just make sure I'm understanding. So now we're talking about that rod setup and the baits that we were talking about from the beginning. Do you think that there is an advantage to somebody who has that custom-made $500 rod that is made specifically for those jerk baits over somebody who bought theirs from Walmart and has, and has the cheap jerk baits from Walmart? Can you distinguish that there's a difference in quality, that one is going to give somebody an advantage over the other one?
I do believe in certain situations it would. But there could be situations where it doesn't make a difference.
That's with everything in life. There's certain situations where you can walk across the street and get hit by an airplane. That doesn't make any sense.
That makes all the sense in the world. That makes all the sense in the world. That's why I said to you, that's why I started.
So that minuscule chance is what we are talking about here. So it's not a minuscule chance that you could walk across the street and get hit by an airplane.
Oh yeah, that. I mean, yeah, of course.
It's not a minuscule chance that if you have custom-made equipment for what you are specifically fishing and what you're doing, that's not a minuscule chance of somebody to get some random equipment from Walmart versus somebody who has stuff that is custom-made for the situation that they're in. You're saying that's not a minuscule chance.
Do you have custom-made equipment?
What did I don't?
I just want to know.
What is that? What does that have to do with anything?
We will get that answer this weekend. Do you have custom-made equipment?
Okay, so what you're saying is I don't want to talk about that because so what you're saying is let's talk about something different. Because I'm just trying to. If you don't want to answer the question, then that's fine.
I just answered the question
by asking me if I'm gonna have one this weekend.
I said, do you have custom-made equipment? Because if I go out there and I don't have custom-made equipment, and I catch more fish, or I catch bigger fish, then what does that mean? You see, that's my point. And so we can get. So you telling me this? Okay, I know I'm not even walking to that because you're gonna
go ahead.
I know what you're gonna sell this. So I'm not gonna go into that. But
because what you were trying to do is by not answering, and so this is the thing. There are people that really want to, because I'm telling you, in the chat before you came onto the live stream, they were asking this question about this pure fishing thing. And you won't even answer the question to even show that it even exists.
Well, it does exist now. What you can do if you want to take it all the way down, okay?
Okay, let's try to do it your way.
If you want it to be purely pure and only about the fisherman, then yes, there should be standards of every piece of equipment that you use. Yes. Did you get that?
It sounded like you actually almost answered the question.
I just did answer the question.
Okay, so but what you did is you kind of put it back to where now you still have to ask other questions. Instead of just answering the question, you answer something. Okay, so now you said there should be standards. Why do you need standards if the equipment doesn't matter?
A sport is about human. I mean, we're not looking at animal sports. We're looking at humans playing sports, right? And so it's the human body, the human mind competing against another human body, human mind. So you take away everything else by putting standards on the equipment that human is using. And that breaks it down to the only denominator that's different, which is the individual. That's all that I'm saying.
And that's my point.
That's my point.
And it's not. Okay, so then let's go back to what I just said then. If you have two fishermen with the exact same skill set and you give one of them inferior equipment, which person has the higher probability of winning? Which one has an uneven playing? It's not even. Or are you saying you're saying you're answering and saying the same thing I am, because I'm saying that is not even. Are you saying that is not even? Or are you saying that is even?
That's not even.
Why do we take an hour to get to that? Why? Why do you do that?
I just enjoy doing it. I don't know why.
So we got all these people in here trying to get the answers and just hear a legitimate side to what you're saying. And you're saying you sit here and just did this just.
I'm just saying it, man.
And you got people in here that's trying to agree with you, and
because what I'm saying is right. But what I am saying,
no, don't go back and change it now. Don't do that. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me just say this real quick, because what you spent all that time saying that you knew was not correct, and then in the end you said, "Yeah, okay, I knew that." There's people that was trying to say the thing that you know was not correct. They're trying to help you, but guess who it is though? Harry. It is your buddy Harry. Look at what Harry said. Go ahead and read that. Read that for Harry. Read what Harry trying to help you.
Fish, you can catch them.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me hit it one time. Let me hit this. Okay, now go ahead. What did Harry say?
I have Gloomer's rods as well as Berkeley Lightning spinning rod. $49 rod. That is great rod for certain techniques that I use. That is what I said to you. When I said to you, is when I went on and agreed with you and said, okay, fine. It is if you look at it from a basic perspective, then yes, you would have to assume that a person has, if the skill set of the individual is identical, identical, then now you put the only difference on the equipment. Okay, so
should the difference be on the equipment? But should the difference be on the equipment or the skill of the angler?
It should be on the skill of the angler. That's
why are we even having this part of the discussion?
Because that's what I'm saying. You make the equipment the same. But what I'm saying, if you look at this,
oh my God,
hold on a second. If you look at this, hold on a second. Let me clarify that one answer that I had.
Okay.
Where I'm saying is, when I answered you and said, okay, yes, the person that has the more expensive rod has the advantage, because that is limiting them to fishing this one particular spot, this one particular situation, and everything else is and the individual is the same. And so basically the only thing that's different is the equipment. What I'm saying is, in my mind, is that, and on the normal condition, why I said I don't know is because, yes, you may have a cheaper rod than I do, but I have to. It also depends on the environment, on what you're fishing.
But we're not talking about that.
In some cases,
all we're talking about is equipment. We're talking about the NASCAR. We're talking about the rod. We're talking about the equipment only. If you give one guy that's driving cars, there's two of them, and they both have the exact same skills, and you give one inferior equipment, which one do you put your money on that's going to win? They have the same skill, but one has inferior equipment. The equipment's not the same. And you're saying you'd have to think about it. And I'm saying that is just disingenuous.
The only reason is this. I'm going to tell you why. In NASCAR, they both have the same skill set, right? So having the same skill set, that person may know how to adapt to make that inferior equipment and have to use another part of their skill set, which the other person has, but does not have to use, okay, to make it equal. They may have to learn how to draft. They want to get behind this person and let them just pull them around the track. And they wait until the very last moment to make their move, because they know if they get out in that draft, then the person's going to pull away from them. So their skill set told them that they have to draft and stay close. So what I'm saying to you is this, and that's exactly what I'm saying with the whole Mega Live stuff, the live imaging, is that you're out there, you're looking at you're fishing productive waters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can make quicker decisions on whether to stay or go. And every time you cast, you're casting at fish. Whereas the person that's just going off of pure skills it's a potential that they're casting at fish, and sometimes they're not. And they have to read a lot.
So you're talking about live imaging now?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So we just skipped all of the stuff we was talking about at the beginning.
No, I didn't. I answered all the other stuff.
Do you remember the movie Independence Day?
Yes, I do.
When they had that alien behind that glass. You remember what they asked that alien? They were like, hey, we're trying to understand. Let's work together. What can we do to get us on, just so we understand each other? You remember what that alien said?
I'll kill you.
No, he said die. He said, y'all can die. That's what you can do for us. You won't answer any questions. You won't even just, is inferior equipment equal to less inferior equipment? I'm going to have to think about that.
No, you didn't say that.
Hold on. I'm going to have to think about that. So if two people of equal skill levels, one of them has lower level equipment, well, there's a chance, because that alien from Independence Day may come down there and help the one with the inferior. So yeah, it's a chance he can still win.
Again,
he could die.
Now,
but listen, the one that has the best equipment, the better equipment with the same skill set, he could fall in the water and drown and not bring any fish back. So that he can look.
Or the person that has the better equipment just doesn't have to use that part of their skill set to equalize, because they're not dealing with the inferior.
Right. So you would bet on just either one of them equally. This person over here with the 150, with the Walmart equipment, with the rods and stuff that ain't even set up for the certain you both of them are just.
I didn't say not set up for the certain thing. What we said was, you said what you determine as inferior equipment. And so what I'm saying, and just like what Harry is saying, is how you work it. It's how you work it. And so if your skill set is there.
Yes, it is. I understand you're saying
that plays into it.
So just let me say this. Yes, somebody that has a Walmart rod, they can have that little pink Barbie doll rod. They can still catch an 8-pounder with that. They can. That's can fine. Do that. I'm not saying that. So look at this comment. A cheap rod, a Barbie doll rod will catch the same fish as an expensive rod. That isn't even what we're talking about, though.
It is.
Why are y'all saying this?
It is.
So listen,
correct.
in the end, this is what I'm saying. It is the alien behind the glass and the people on the other side trying to talk, and one side is saying you're just gonna die. No. Because what y'all are saying is why don't we all just use the little Barbie doll rods? Because they're not efficient at what they're just not efficient.
Are they? What makes them not efficient?
Because go try to punch some grass with that Barbie doll rod and try to get an 8-pounder out of there. And somebody else that has a custom-made rod for punching grass that has the equipment and the gear with braid made for that. Y'all are just saying that as long as the skill level is the same, it doesn't matter what gear they have. And y'all honestly believe that, and that's fine, because I see where we're at. That's why this is just gonna be what it's gonna be, because this is just crazy. It is
crazy. I'm just telling you.
Okay, then I'm gonna go to Walmart when I leave here, and I'm gonna get a Barbie doll rod. Will you fish with that this Saturday? Will you fish with that? What baits do you want? I will get I will get the Barbie doll rods and what lures you want and everything. Because you have natural skills and instinct.
Look,
I want to see what you're gonna do with that.
I do have natural skills and instinct.
Yes, you do. So do you want me to get your Barbie doll rod, or do you already have
one? No. But I can get I got it's not a Barbie doll rod. But I got
Harry. Look at what Harry is saying. A lot of fish have been caught on monofilament that was used for every technique.
Bam.
Why are y'all saying this isn't even the point of what this isn't even the point? And see, this is the thing, guys. Let me tell y'all something. Chicken Hawk knows what he is doing. It is not like he knows what he's doing. I've had these type of discussions and talked with him for hours before, and in the end, he laughs and says, "Yeah, I knew it." But like y'all just heard him say, and I'll clip it if y'all want. He said, "Yeah, I just have fun messing with you like that." What did you just say earlier?
I did say that I do mess with you on
And
certain,
you
but
got-
what I am telling you in this case,
Look at this.
what I am telling you in this
Let me
case.
see what else Harry said. Okay, he already said that one. Let me see this. Let me see what. Look what.
Boom, boom, boom.
He says sponsorship money is only a certain size and not enough at this time to have more lead. Okay, so that was something different.
Okay.
But I'm just seeing how you getting them to put this stuff in here that they would go up against somebody who has custom stuff and they would show it with their Barbie doll rod, flipping grass.
It's not a
with
Barbie
some
doll.
with some monofilament.
You're going to an extreme.
Because what y'all are saying that equipment don't matter. That y'all are saying that equipment does not matter, that it's just about the two fishermen. So you do not have to give them the same stuff to give them both the same.
If you're in a situation, I've been.
I mean, that's with electronics, that's with chemistry, that's with anything. You have a control, and then you have what you are testing. The control is going to be the equipment, is going to be the control. All of that needs to be the same if what you are trying to find out if the fishermen are better. Exactly. If you're trying to find out if the tires are better on a car, then everything else needs to be the same except for the tires. So you have a control and then you have a test, but y'all are throwing that out the window. But listen, that's fine if that's what you're saying, because that lets me see why you're saying what you're saying. That clears it up for me, because y'all see it that way. And I think on the other side, we don't see it that way.
Y'all don't see it that way. How do y'all see it?
I see that the equipment matters. I see that if you do not give those two competitors the same equipment, then you are not 100% testing their pure skill. That is how I see it. But you guys don't see it that way. And so that is where the difference comes in. Even if you take away live imaging, you take away 360. That's why I went all the way back down to the beginning and saying, if there are two people standing there and you give those two people different things, it now becomes the difference of equipment and that skill level. And you won't know which is which because you did not give them the same thing. If you give this guy balsa crankbaits and you give this guy jigs, you did not give them the same thing. So how is that going to be a test of that person's skill? Because you're testing out that equipment, that bite for that day, all of that stuff, because a jig may be bitten different from a crankbait on that day. So now you have taken out, right. But listen, so I'm using that extreme to get you to see what we are saying, that there is a difference. But the more that you're saying that you get them closer and closer, even if they're not there, it's still a test of the skill. And I'm saying it's not. So we don't even have to talk about the live imaging. We don't have to talk about sonar. We don't have to talk about the boats. We don't have to talk about any of that stuff, because you're saying that person with the 250, this person with the 200, even though their skill sets are the exact same, that they are still equal. But I'm saying that they're not.
No, but the way this whole thing started was me telling you when we talked about banning LiveScope, okay? Banning live imaging. And I said it should be banned. And so because of and then that's when I got into the whole NASCAR thing. So I was the one that's saying that that the equipment should have some sort of standard on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but then you bringing it down all the way to, I believe that I believe that with electronics, from the standpoint that's giving you eyes under the water. Okay, that's giving you eyes on the fish and the reaction of the fish. But at the end of the day, and now when you back that all the way back down to the actual pole that the person is holding, yes, one pole may be more sensitive than the other pole.
Okay. Does that matter? Does that person that has the less sensitive pole, does that require a different amount of skill than that person that has the sensitive pole.
And that's what I'm about to say, is that, okay, the fisherman on the end of that pole, even if they had the same skill set, what I'm saying is that the equipment that you have, that you're fishing with, you're going to utilize, because both fishermen have the skill set, and some will utilize what they have to, and others you don't have to. And so, just like I'm saying, when you go back, don't
read that.
Exactly.
Don't read that.
Exactly, and that's what I'm going to do. But let me tell you something. So, if it goes back to that, and you're fishing, and I like I said, if I have the non-sensitive thing, I may use my skill set to watch the line more. I may go off of just certain movements of the line. Now, this other person may have the skill set to be able to do that, but they don't have to do it because the pole is doing it for them. You see what I'm saying? So that's where that difference comes in. But guess what? In that case, I'm utilizing a skill set that will help me, that I can see. So I might catch the same amount of fish as that person with the better rod. But I'm using a different skill set that we both have to be able to do that. That's why I said I don't know. Now, but when you come into the fact of, now you step away from the pole and then you step into electronics, now you're talking about, I can see the actual fish. I can see what the fish are doing, and the other person can't.
We ain't even made it to live imaging. We ain't even made it to live imaging.
I'm just saying.
Listen, there's no need for it to even make it to, because so what I've already told you is I understand where the differences are. If what you are saying is that you have two people here and you give them two different things, that you are still saying that is a test of that person, of these two people's skills against each other. So we don't even need to make it past anything else because we don't agree with that. So anything that you add to that, anything that you add on to that, even if you're talking about putting a camera under the water, using a submarine or anything, it does not matter because we don't agree on the basic foundation of what pure fishing is. I don't think that is.
And so, but if we said this, if it were up to me and I was setting up a tournament trail, then I would specify rods and I specify equipment.
All right, look, let's do this real quick. Let's see what the guys in the comments are saying. Let's try to make it through it without commenting. Now, it's gonna be tough, but let me just try to read them. Okay, hold on. Let me see where we were at. I read that one right? Have live sonar. Okay, I read that one. All right, read that one. The human brain. Okay, I read that one. All right, I read that one. It's gonna be tough. All right, we read that one. Maybe this is it. All right, got that one. All right, so let's just start here. All right, so this is your partner. He says you have to choose between live imaging, 360 side imaging. You can only have one in addition to mapping. Limit the number of screens to no more than 3. Okay, that's what he says. Yes, NASCAR has an even playing field, but it's a playing field with the newest technologies. They are not using the same equipment they used 10, 20, 30 years ago.
Agreed.
Wait a minute. So hold on. The most consistent anglers today blend the old school and the new school technology. That's your partner Harry that said that.
Right.
Bass fishing is by its essence pure in lots of ways. It's the crossroad. It's the crossroads point at which all types of anglers for all kinds of species can connect in one place to fish for the same fish. All right, Texas Snoop in here having a good time. A mini tournament for YouTube casting from the water would be awesome. They don't want that.
Oh yeah, you don't want that.
Let's see. I'll see if when we get out there and pre-fish, I'll see if there's a way I can set up to where it'll live stream. We could just set the camera just someplace. So if we catch something, we'll be live streaming the whole time. But whenever you catch something, then you hold it up. I mean, I don't know how exciting that'll be, but at least I could go back and clip it, and then we could have live footage that
way. On your boat.
I'm gonna have live footage on my not live. I'm not gonna have live, but I'm gonna have all my stuff recorded. All right. So let's see. Red Boat says, and everybody will have a chance to prove their skills in all categories. All right. That was the second part of something. Wouldn't creating 2 leagues solve the issue? Yes. I believe so. Electronic league versus no electronic league.
Exactly.
Right. So that's why I don't understand why people are complaining about it. But okay. So Harry says sponsorship money is only certain size and not enough at this time to have more leagues. Okay. So yeah, I mean, one of them, whichever one, if Randy Blockett says there's 86% of people agree with you guys about banning it. So that means that you guys would take the lion's share of the money. So that league should take off and leave the other one bankrupt. So when he says that the sponsorship money is only a certain size. So if everybody goes to that side, what y'all are saying,
well,
because I don't think that's the case.
Our side is going back to pure fishing. So the sponsorship won't follow because they're not selling. There's nothing in them to sell.
But y'all won't be there. Y'all will be off doing your pure fishing. So y'all will get pure fishing sponsors. Whoever uses pure fishing type equipment. The rods, the reels, the boats, the motors, all that stuff is still power poles, talons, all that kind of stuff. That's pure fishing, right? All right. Anyway, we're supposed to just be reading real quick. All right. If I played golf against Tiger Woods, his skill level is better than mine, but I have control to use the best equipment to up my chances. All right. Harry says, if you know how to play the fish, you can catch them. This is okay. If you know how to play the fish, you can catch them on both rods. Yep, he can put that Barbie doll rod to action. All right, to work. I have G Loomis rods as well as Berkeley Lightning spinning rod, $49 rod. That is a great rod for certain techniques that I use. All right. William says a cheap rod will catch the same fish as an expensive rod. It's hard. Harry says parabolic rods you can get by with lesser quality rod. Monofilament can be better for moving baits. Depends on what style you are fishing. A lot of fish have been caught on monofilament that was used for every technique. Harry fighting for you, boy. All right. William says, not saying a Barbie doll rod. I am saying a Walmart rod baitcaster versus a Shimano baitcaster rod will catch the same fish.
Exactly.
But that's my point. Goodness gracious.
What he's saying
exactly.
You went to the extreme and talked about a Barbie doll rod.
Yeah,
nobody's saying that Barbie doll rod.
I'm saying that. I'm saying the equipment is not the same. So a Walmart baitcaster versus a Shimano. That Shimano, and depending on how much that rod is, that thing's gonna have better gears in there. Those things fail. A cheap baitcaster. A cheap bait caster is not. Yes, you can catch the same fish. All my point is that they're just not equivalent. If you do not have the same equipment, I
may have to go back and buy it over and over again because it breaks. So what?
Okay,
but at the end of the day, I come out there with a brand new equipment.
But follow me. We've already agreed that we don't agree on that, and that's what I'm saying is the foundation of the issue. That's the foundation of the issue. That you guys feel that somebody you can have a control and a test, and you are changing the control, and you guys think that outcome will still give you a good test of what is going on, but it won't. It just won't. Chemistry doesn't I don't know of anything where you change your control. It's called control for a reason.
I'm just gonna have to beat this into you this weekend. That's what I'm gonna have to do.
Bring your Barbie doll rod. Harry says that is inappropriate comment. All right. Let's see. Josh says the person with the right setup is going to be way more productive. Of course, someone could catch fish with a Barbie doll rod, but it's going to take longer and break off more. So yeah, Josh. Basically, they're saying you're wrong with that. It doesn't make sense. We're out of our mind. All right, so Steve Ray says, Chicken Hawk, grab that $50 Abu Garcia and a few $2 to $5 lures from Walmart and show Ryan your pure skill set with that equipment. But I mean, but the problem with that, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to come. The problem with that is that he can't do that even with the equipment that he has. I'm sorry. Let me mute your mic real quick. We ain't supposed to be commenting.
Wait, go back to the last comment right there.
Josh Johnson says, with the jerkbait debate, give me the Mega Bass over the Ozark jerkbait anyway. But crazy things can happen, but it's more about being more productive. Right. That's basically my point. But we just all disagree on that point, Josh. All right, well, they disagree with that point. Okay, Harry says, whoever makes the right decision on figuring the fish out consistently during the day is who will win. That is the most important before equipment.
Bam. Bam.
Why would y'all say something like that?
It's the truth.
It's not.
Say it because it's the truth.
Listen to, okay, let's just break this down. Let's break this down. Whoever makes the right decision. So now you've made some great decisions. Decisions are great on figuring out the fish, on figuring the fish out consistently. So you're consistently figuring those fish out. You see, oh, there they go right there. I see them. Oh, okay, yeah. So I see that they're on bed. Those I figured it out consistently during the day. You have to catch the fish. We're talking about gear, guys. Figuring them out does not put the fish in the boat. He didn't say anything about that. But no. Listen, don't add into what he said. He said figuring the fish out consistently. That is what is most important before the.
Yeah, because what he's saying is
before the equipment. Okay, so okay, there we go. I got you. So he said before the equipment.
That's right.
Okay, so yeah, so if you have, so in his case, that's right. If you have two anglers and they have equal skills, equal everything, equal equipment, they have equal rods. I mean, no, they don't. One of them has all Barbie doll rods and the other one has the highest, best stuff you can get. Right. But he says figuring out the fish consistently during the day. Yes, they can both do that because let's say because that does not even matter. That gear does not even matter in what he just said. So I would agree with that. The gear does not matter. He says that is most important.
And that's the point.
Okay. All right. So Josh Johnson says, give me the Mega Bass any day, not anyway. All right. Let me just look real quick. We have some. Goodness, this people still stepping in here. Man, I've been going for almost 4 hours. This is my longest live stream, guys. Let me hit it one time because I really appreciate everybody staying in here to listen to this nonsense. This nonsense that we're hearing, making my ears bleed. All right. Let me find where I was at. Let me see. Okay, so Harry says, goodness, Harry's off in here. Okay, it's usually lighter and more sensitive than cheaper rods. It is fun to fish high-end equipment if you can afford it. You brought up the fishing line discussion earlier. Okay. Yes. All right. Harry also says, not saying it doesn't matter, but both tools will work and some higher-end equipment may be more efficient in certain situations. Okay. But okay. Doug Hayes says can't beat the old lightning rods. All right, let me get one of those lightning rods. Let me find me one of those. I do have a little Walmart rod out there.
I got some Skeet Reefs. That now what?
I like Skeet Reefs rods.
But Skeet Reefs are cheap rods now in comparison.
Now, wait a minute, man. Come on, man.
But go ahead.
All right. Harry says we're back to talking about practice. I am getting Mega Live, so I am not against technology, but equipment is different. But hold on. Harry, Mega Live is equipment. Mega Live. So I am against. Let me see. Okay, let me see. I am getting Mega Live. So I am not against technology, but equipment is different. Most higher end rods and reels are usually lighter and more sensitive. All right. Doug says, I've had my $99 lose for 7 years, never broke one. Hey,
bam.
That I mean, I have one that I've had. Well, I'm talking about my lose reel. I've had that since 2013. It's beat up, but hey, I'm using it this weekend.
Okay, so that's a $99 lose reel, right? But you can go buy a $500 reel.
Yeah.
What's going to be the difference? Is the person with the $500 reel because they went and got a $500 reel? Are they going to beat me because I got a $99 lose reel?
So listen, we've already. So we're still trying to come to common ground on that because we've already agreed that the aliens are saying what you can do for us is die. We've already determined that is our agreement. Our agreement is one side has said you can die. That's how you will make us happy. Nothing else. Those are your options. You have a test, and the question says, what can you do for us? And the choices that you have are A, die. That's it. That's it. There's no other option. Help me understand if I'm missing it. All right. So academic mailbox says there are anglers on elites who came from Australia. They don't even have bass in Australia, and yet it happened. Imagine a golfer from Australia playing on the PGA tour who had never hit a golf ball. So I guess he's saying anybody can come up. I mean, so I think that goes along with what you're saying. Anything can happen. You can get hit by an airplane trying to cross the street.
Bam. Bam.
Okay, wait a minute. Now, what I would say is, hold on. Let me clear my throat for this one. If you were right, would you be willing to put your money where your mouth is? Because guess what? This person right here is ready to put the money where the mouth is. MoneyBass is right. Oh, how about that? MoneyBass is right. The real estate apostle dropping the $10 super chat. MoneyBass is right. What is going on with that? Who else is putting their money where their mouth is? So I think that she is. I think she knows what she's talking about. You guys make sure you check out the Real Apostle channel, especially if you want to earn some extra income. So that, I mean, you might want to look into it so you have some extra money to pay these tournament, payouts that I'm about to be collecting.
Buy some $500 reels and rods.
That's right. So yeah, so she
because that's gonna improve your game.
She talks about Turo, guys. So if you guys are interested in starting a little side business and running Turo, that's your connection right there. The Real Estate Apostle. You can look her up on YouTube. Really, really appreciate the super chat. And I do it.
You know what? This reminds me, because I play a little golf too. I hit a little golf, and when I'm out there playing golf with these guys, and guys just they hit, and then what do? First thing they do is they look at their club, and you know what I tell them? I tell them it's not on that end of the club, baby. It's on the other. That's what you got to understand. It don't have nothing to do with the club. It's on the other side.
Right. So then that right there still says that we don't agree. That you're saying that if you have two golfers standing there and you want to see who is the best golfer, and you give one of them equipment that is not equivalent to the other one, so they do not have the same quality, the same. But like I said, we've already agreed to disagree on that. So you would say that you could still test the skill of the individuals to see who is the best without. Right. Okay. That's right. Right. So that's what we just don't agree at. That you would run a control in a test and change the control. All right. So Harry says, however, less sensitive and heavier rods and less expensive rods will still catch a lot of fish if you make good choices on the water. Is the most important regardless. So that's kind of what he said earlier, right? However,
exactly. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, You have to use the skills.
Okay, hold on. Let me just read this again just to make sure I'm on it. However, less sensitive and heavier rods and less expensive rods will still catch a lot of fish if you make good choices on the water is the most important regardless. Right. And I don't necessarily agree with that when he's saying the most important, because I would still say that somebody using some inferior equipment is going to require more of a skill set to get that fish to the boat than somebody that has equipment that is made specifically for something. Yes, you can still catch the fish. So yes, it's partially true, but that's not what we're talking. We're not talking about the what's the word when you not really talking about the main point, the exception, and not the rule. Matt Robertson is on the elites, fishing with ugly stick rods, big game line, and Walmart baits.
Bam.
Okay.
Boom.
But what does that matter? We're talking about one person, and that's what I keep saying. The exception is not the rule. You're talking about the exception in everything we talking about, in everything that we talk about. And this is why you're going to make you smile and try not to laugh, because you always talk about the exception to the rule is what you always like to talk about. And I'm like, why do you do that? So yes, Doug Hayes, I believe you. I believe that he may be out there catching 8-pounders with that ugly stick and have that thing bent over and it does not break, even though the tip of the rod is touching the handle, and he still gets them to the boat. That's fine. Matt Robertson is a great fisherman. I mean, but what does that prove? I mean,
that's the point.
I'm sorry, guy. I wasn't supposed to be commenting. Let me finish reading through the comments. All right, Harry says, laughing, and he's laughing at you. He's not laughing at me. All right. So Josh says, we are terrible with grammar. I could be talking about me on that one. I'm over
exactly.
Here. I just can't believe some of the stuff I'm hearing. All right. Harry says, you are right about Matt Robertson. He is from Kentucky, close to West Virginia.
See?
All right. The real estate apostle says, teach MoneyBass. That's right. That's right. That's right.
I need some sound effects over here.
You just made them. Here go your sound effect, and this one fits exactly what you're saying. All right. William says, during our high school tournament this past weekend, a boat with less electronics won versus a newer boat with pan optics. Good job. Good deal. Good deal. All right. Doug Hayes says, love to talk fishing. All right. Well, we're talking fishing. I mean, well, I don't even know if you want to call this craziness talking. I don't know what this is. All right. So Harry says, ultimate match fishing day for you two on your practice day. I don't know. Practice. I'm gonna have to get out there and practice, because I got some stuff.
You need to practice. You need to practice.
All right. And so you said
last year talking about it, because you talking about practice.
You said no, I'm not. The real estate apostle said yes, he is. So I am right. All right. Josh Johnson says, to me, it's about being more productive and efficient at the end of the day. All right. I agree with that. All right. I fish, I cook. Let's see. I haven't read it yet. Let's see what he has to say. Sounds like it's time for a live imaging versus non-live imaging jackpot tournament. Pick a creek arm on a lake and fish for 4 hours. We'll see, man. We'll see what we're going to have to do. All right. So Harry says it goes back to know how to play the fish depending upon the equipment they are using. Do I need to come back on? No, I do not need to hear any more of this nonsense that I've been hearing for tonight. Goodness gracious. I'm trying to think, man. So basically, we have accomplished nothing. Nothing.
Because you are so stubborn.
Okay.
That's why.
So okay. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I'm scared to even I'm scared to even ask again. I'm scared, man.
Finally, you admit it. I've been telling you
Yes,
that.
yes, I'm telling you, yes, I'm scared of this conversation because I just don't. Let me try one more because I'm trying, man. I really do want to understand. Hold on, let's see what was Rick Clun. Doug says, was Rick Clun fishing with $600 rod and reels 20 years ago? No, but he was probably fishing with what was equivalent at that time. I'm sorry, didn't let me.
What is this?
No,
So,
but they
so
were
this-
still catching the same size sacks.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So that in and of itself proves
What does it prove?
that okay. So the equipment
Doesn't
you're
matter.
still catching the same sex. So if this equipment has improved so much, the equipment that you use to fish with, okay, then you should see an equivalent increase in the size of these bags. Now,
Why would that make fish get bigger?
hey, well, you can go and you.
But just tell me, just tell me, how would that make fish get bigger? How would that cause an increase in the size of
it wouldn't
fish?
increase the size of the fish
Because it would actually go down. Because back then they were taking 10 fish, they were fishing 10 fish tournaments, and a lot of people were catching those things. If you look, they have 10 pounders and stuff on stringers that they're taking home to eat, which means that quality of fish has lessened over time. So how would that make the fish get bigger? Help me. Or just let me ask you this. Just tell me, if you're not going to answer the question, just say, I'm not going to answer that. And then go ahead and say what you, don't make me, please don't make me, please don't do it to me. Just say, I'm not going to answer. Okay, he's not going to answer that. Go ahead and say what you were going to say.
But what I'm saying is that the equipment has evolved, right? It has gotten better over time.
Okay.
And then you have higher end rods and all this type of stuff.
Right.
I don't believe, and this feeds right into it.
Okay, I'm listening. I'm listening because I'm going to understand. I'm going to listen. Hold on real quick. What you were saying is it is about to be logical. It is going to make sense and is going to be understandable. So I am listening, and I will even write down a note if I need to because I want to understand. Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, so equipment has gotten better over time.
Okay,
people are still catching 5 bag limits, 5 fish limits, right?
Right.
And they caught them with the previous version that wasn't as good as the next version,
right?
Which is not as good as the next version, right?
Supposedly, right.
So the difference maker was when the live imaging came about. Is like I told you.
Okay, say that last part again. So right now you said the equipment as far as the rods, reels, lines, in the lures, that kind of stuff has got better over time. Okay,
right, and and that's what I'm saying is that the difference between let's say a 10-year-old rod versus a rod from today. You get a rod from 2012, and now you got a rod from 2022. And you're going out there. Obviously, the technology has improved in 10 years. However, 2 fishermen with the same expertise, I don't think that one that has the one from now is that much better than the one that had one from 10 years ago.
Do you know that for a fact?
I said, I don't think that's the case.
Right. So follow me. That little bit of tidbit of what you just said, that's where you've lost me. Because a control stays the same. And you're saying, you just said, I don't know about your control.
No. So what I'm saying is, but when you go to electronics, okay, I think what that has done is that has put more people on fish, which increases the number of people that are going to come in with 5 fish bags.
Okay, I would agree with that. That the electronics has improved being able to locate fish.
That's correct.
And with being able to locate fish better and more efficiently, it gives you the opportunity to catch more fish. So
That
I
is
agree with
correct.
that.
That
Okay.
is correct.
And so what you want to do is take away that enhancement that allows people to find fish. Correct? I mean, I'm trying to understand. Is that what you're
I
saying?
want to take
So
away.
take that apart away. So the
I want to
equipment
take
can
part away where you're basically watching the fish. To me, live is just a step too far for tournament fishing because
Okay,
I'm watching the fish. I'm not even looking at the environment anymore. I'm just looking at a screen.
But
And I'm
okay,
throwing
just
out there and watching myself.
but just
video
hold on
game fishing.
because you're going too fast for me now.
Okay.
Because the issue was that now you're able to find the fish more effectively, and now you said you're able to see the fish, which is going to help you catch them even better, right?
Yes, and you're seeing the
okay. Hold on,
and you're seeing the reaction.
You see that with sonar. You see that with sonar too. So why are you okay with sonar?
No, because in sonar is direct. That cone is like this direct.
You're seeing the fish. What you just said, you do the exact same thing with sonar. You're seeing the fish. You're seeing the fish's reaction. And all I'm saying is, if that's the issue, then you should say, yes, I agree that sonar should be taken out too. That you should not be able to use the real-time window on sonar. So you're okay with regular sonar, but you're not.
No,
just sonar.
No. What I'm saying.
No, I'm asking. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not.
Right. But what I'm saying is, if you truly want to know who's a better fisherman, then you take all of that away.
That's too broad. You said all of that.
Take away
live imaging,
underwater imaging.
So all of the imaging is underwater.
That's my point.
Outside. So you're saying take away.
If you truly want to know who's the better fisherman.
Okay, so so if you truly want to know the better fisherman outside of electronics, then you get rid of live imaging, sonar, down scan, 360, and what was it? Side scan. So you're saying just get rid of electronics and just use mapping, and then they can use whatever gear as far as line, poles, rods. So that part does not matter to you. It's just you want people to actually have to locate the fish on their own. That's the issue.
Right. Because that's a skill in of itself. Right.
It is.
And so, but you can put almost anybody on, not anybody. I've done it with you before.
So we're almost there. We're almost there. After all of it, we're almost there. So now you're saying that ban live imaging. So it's not really just live imaging is the issue. You're banning live imaging, you're banning sonar, down imaging, side scan, and 360. So you're banning all forms of electronics that allow you to find fish. But you can have mapping because that doesn't show, because you said anything that shows underwater. Your mapping does not show underwater, it just shows the
contours.
Okay, so that's where we're at. So you're not saying ban live imaging, you're saying ban electronics.
I'm saying that if that's
oh my goodness, hold on. I repeated exactly what you said. So that's still not right.
Yes.
No, don't just say yes. So
no,
hold on.
Yes.
Let me let me take this off the screen so I can come on, man. Sit up in the chair, get your head up next. I just want because I think we may be there. Oh, you gotta put the hood on. Man, look, it's after 12 o'clock. So let me yes. I told you these things. I've been on here for 4 hours. So listen, we may have finally reached something. You're not saying really, you were saying ban live imaging, but what you're saying, if you are the representative for that statement and the people that are behind that, what you're saying is not ban live imaging. What you're really wanting is to ban underwater electronics. And then it would just be a test of the fisherman's skills and the gear, not calling electronics gear. The fisherman's skill, their gear, and their ability to read maps is basically what you're saying that you want it to be.
If you truly want to know who's
if you're the representative, for Band
Yes.
Live
So
Imaging.
if I had a trail and I want to know who's the best fisherman, I want good fisherman. I
All
think
right.
people like you might get in there and you may lose.
All right, but hold on. But so now we still have a few people in here. So if Harry, you're still in here. So is the answer yes to what Chicken Hawk just said, that is really it? That it's just the fisherman, the gear, and mapping. No underwater electronics. Is that what you mean by Band Live Imaging? That's what you are saying, to get rid of that stuff. If the answer is yes, just put a yes in there. I just want to see if now.
Okay,
Don't
but
say but. Oh
no. But I'm gonna say this. Ultimately, it's just like anything like I told you. I ride motorcycles, right? When I rode sport bikes up until like 97, 98, they were a certain thing. After 98, they went to a whole nother level. And so, I mean, just get on a bike. I mean, it just wore out all the older technology. So that big of a gap and that big of a jump to me is what live imaging is.
Okay.
Even with the down imaging, side imaging, all of this sonar, you still had bits and pieces. I mean, but live is just you just looking. You're just looking like with your eyes.
So,
and that's the big difference to me.
So let me just say this. What if the way that you feel, that feeling that you have, those thoughts that you have of how massive of a change this is to the sport, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if that same thing has been happening with each increment of thing that has been implemented into the sport? And now we're just at live imaging, which is the same outrage as whenever the flasher came. The same outrage. Just follow me. The same outrage whenever the Alabama rig came and people were banning it and saying this is just, you're killing fish. This is, you're gonna catch too many fish, all of that stuff. So that same passion that you have is being repeated, but now it's just live imaging. So this is going to pass just like everything else. So it's just things that are continuing to stack on.
I don't think so, because what I'm saying is this. And that's why I gave you that motorcycle example. There was technology advancements. I started riding bikes in 78. There's been technology advancements all up to the mid 90s, where bikes got faster. They got just things big, and there was differences. But then in 97, around 97, 98, around that time frame, it was a gigantic jump. And that's the big difference. So if you look at the old stuff, you could actually take some of the older bikes and do certain things and actually still run with some of those newer bikes and run and do certain things. And they just all competed. But when I got my Hayabusa, when the Busa came out, that took tons of people out of the racing game. Because you could take an old bike and just do everything to it and still get beat down by a stock booster. It was that big of a game changer. And what I'm saying is, to me, live imaging is that big of a game changer that everything else is you're looking at slices of the water. You're looking at slices. Where with live imaging, I'm just looking. I'm just looking like I'm looking. If I put my head on the water and just look around and say, oh, there they go over there. I mean, it's like that. So it's that big of a game changer. That's why I say, if you backed off of just even live imaging.
So let me just say this though. What you just said is, you said that now you can just look. You can point it in that direction and you see a whole bunch of fish, and there they go over there, right?
I said, when you go around, you see them, yeah.
Right.
You
okay. So follow me. Side imaging does that. When you're scanning on side imaging, you can scan a big area. You're not seeing just blips. You scan that whole area. You come across that point, and you see a big school of fish on that side imaging. So this is but we've already agreed that it isn't live imaging. It's electronics.
I mean,
so but just follow me. And so some people will kind of see this as certain things where somebody say, well, yeah, let's implement just something that's more common sense. And then when you try to implement something that's common sense, they're like, aha, that's not what we really wanted. Now that we got that, we're going to take this too. And we're going to take this because you've already admitted that it's not just live imaging.
I'm telling you though, if it backed off of live imaging, I think it still at that point evens the play.
Right. So, but listen to what y'all are saying though. Just stop advancing. Just leave the technology where it's at and stay there.
So my point is this. So
and so the thing is, that's fine though. There would just be another league for that. That's it.
And I'm good with that. It'll be the Real Fisherman League.
All right, there we go. Y'all can even have a name that makes you feel good.
The Real Fisherman League.
That's right.
And jokers like y'all will step into it and get the brakes beat off of you. And then you go back to your little video games. That's what would ultimately happen. Because we would be using more of our skill set than you do.
Yeah, I mean, so y'all can call it the better than anybody else tournament league. Whatever makes y'all feel happy, you can call it that. So
we need to work on getting some sponsors. I think I might start that. I might have to find me some sponsors. I can find some sponsors. Might be able to get Walmart behind me.
All right. Well, look, I didn't even eat dinner yet, and it's after 12 o'clock. So, I know why you looked at your time because it's 11 something there. That's why you were shocked. All right, let me just read these last few comments, and then we'll go ahead and close this one out. So we had let me see, I had 4 hours and 15 minutes of live stream, and I think we're about 3 minutes of productivity.
Just read the comments, man.
All right, let's see. Josh says, to me, it's about being more productive. All right, I read that one. All right. Sounds like it's time for, okay, we saw that one. So we're almost there. Harry says it goes back to how, okay, I read that one too. Let me see now. All right, here we go. All right, so Big Guy 86 says ban sight fishing while you're at it. No sight fishing or rods over 6'6".
That doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
No, because you're using your eyes. You're sight fishing, you're using your eyes.
Ban sight fishing while you're at it. No fishing rods over 6'6". But they use those what are those polarized glasses? So yeah, and we should limit people's vision too. That's what I think. Caught 20-pound bags with pistol grips. The most talented athlete doesn't always win in sports. Mike Tyson versus Buster Douglas. You know what? I forgot to even read the name. But after I read it, how did I know that was going to be Harry? Why do y'all talking about the exception? Y'all really like talking about, yeah, man, but an airplane can run you over while you're on the interstate. Come on, man. Why do y'all do that? All right, let me go. I'm almost there. So the most talented teams always win versus inferior teams. But which one is most common? Exception to the rule. That's Harry. So let's just see if we have a trend going here with Chicken Hawk and Harry, the exceptions to the rules. That's what I'm gonna start calling it. I'm gonna have to come up with a name for it. Joseph says, I don't think you can remove it from fishing now that the genie is out of the bottle. But
that's
I see banning it from use during tournaments.
Totally agree.
Yeah. And that's what we're talking about. Basically, it looks like the consensus is to just start your own trail instead of coming and trying to change an existing one and take electronics from it.
No, that's not what he said.
I know that's not what he said.
Right. But he said removing it from fish. You can't do it because the genie's out the bag.
Right. He's saying just fishing in general public, but he's still saying ban it from tournaments.
Yes.
He can. I can see banning from tournaments.
And that's what we're talking about.
All right, let's see. Chicken Hawk, you done wore Ryan out. He's sleepy, past his bedtime. That's right. Cause man, I got it. Today is Wednesday. Man, it's Thursday.
Body blow, head.
Oh goodness. All right. So Harry says the 3 main companies that are selling this technology will not allow it to happen. Too much money. It is a tool to help locate / find fish. It doesn't guarantee they will bite. All right, there we go. That will close it out for the night, guys. Harry and Chicken Hawk have both agreed that I was right.
No, I didn't agree with
you guys tuning in. I appreciate it.
We never agreed with you.
All right, man. I'm out for real. All right, guys. I appreciate you staying. For anybody that stayed during this whole live stream, please make sure you hit the like button on the way out and hit the subscribe button. We're gonna be coming back with some more of these. We will be back. All right, guys. Appreciate it. Y'all have a good night.
Deuces.